I'm ready. Good morning, everyone. It's now 9:30. If you'll please check the slide and see what table you should be at. There are some of you that are staying for the hour and some that are switching on the half hour. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3. We've made it. Does anybody notice anything a little different about our stage lighting today? Can we get a round of applause for the tech team who created our Olympic colors in the background here? Someone was joking, you know things are going well related to the tech at a meeting when we say to them, hey, do you guys have time to change the colors in the background of the thing? So they've done incredible work all week, and we really, really appreciate it. All right, couple of announcements. Then I will reveal our winners of our Jargon Olympics, and we will get into our panel. But first, you know, it's a really lucky person, I think, who gets to celebrate their birthday at STAM. And since we have this meeting at roughly the same time every year, one very lucky person, one of our colleagues from the Virgin Islands, gets to celebrate with us every year. So Tishma, I don't know if you are in the room. Are you here? No? Yes, no, maybe. Oh, yes! Yes, everyone, wish a happy birthday to Tishma every year. One of these days, she's actually going to get to celebrate her birthday with, like, family. But in the meantime, we're delighted. Quick announcement, if you have luggage that you need to store because you are traveling today, the Hyatt has arranged luggage storage downtown. Whew. Been a long week, guys. We're getting there. Maybe there's also luggage storage downtown, I actually don't know. But for now, I would use the one downstairs in the lobby level in what is called the living room. Kind of sounds cozy, across from the front desk. So that is there, it is available for you. I do have one last round of thank yous that we will do, and then we will get into the Jargon Olympics. So first of all, I do have to thank my fantastic friend and colleague, Stacy Cassell, who also helped lead the STAM planning team. Stacy does as much work as I do, probably more, but she's a lot quieter, so you don't hear as much from her. She is fantastic. We adore her. We also have, you'll be hearing a little bit more about this later, a TA final rule, 2024 final rule implementation work group that has been doing incredible work over the course of the last 6 months. A lot of the ideas, a lot of the content, a lot of this meeting came from that group. There are too many of them to mention, especially because we're all anxious about the Jargon Olympics. But that group has been led by Elisa Gasmini, Anne Renaud, and Carrie Cocotte, along with my federal colleagues Jen Bump and Angelica Montoya Avila. So huge thanks to that group. Huge thanks as well to all the OCC staff who over the course of the last several months offered input and direction, to our TA partners who pulled together the content for most of the sessions for this meeting, to all of the state and territory administrators and other lead agency staff who shared your experiences and expertise. This meeting does not happen without that. And honestly, for all of you, thanks to you for coming here, for engaging in this meeting. We know it's an ask. It's a pretty significant ask, and the meeting doesn't work unless all of you really show up, and you really did. So we are so thankful. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. STAM 2024 Jargon Olympics. Couple of statistics first. 196 total votes cast in round 1, 174 in round 2. We did collect some other information from you all, a little bit of feedback. We heard from someone in particular that it was a great opportunity to talk with each other about jargon. Our entire state agency could use a conversation about this. You know what? Got a TA request form in the program. There's a QR code. Not sure if you're familiar with those. But we'd be happy to help you with that. The top 5 most popular new jargon suggestions, so watch for these, Jargon Olympics 2028. Circle back, circle the wagons, level set, pain points, and deep dive. That's where we're at. All right, as a reminder, these were our finalists. Silos, leverage, value add, think outside the box, unpack, thought partner, move the needle, and crosswalk. And I think it's time to find out your Jargon Olympic champions. With the bronze in 2024, value add, taking home the silver this year, think outside the box. And at the top of the podium, your gold medal winner, STAM 2024, move the needle. Yes. It has been, I think, it is a truly deserving set of winners. A real inspiration to us all. Thank you all for enjoying the Jargon Olympics with us. This was very, very fun. And again, just for hanging out with us during this whole Olympics week. We really, really appreciate it. All right. We actually do have a really incredible panel that I am going to hand off to next. So I am going to let Sam introduce her panelists, but I will introduce Sam Eigner-Triwerji, who is the Director of Policy and Strategy for Early Childhood Development in our ECD office over at ACF. And I was really nervous, but I think I might have pronounced her name sort of correctly. Hooray! All right, Sam and panel. Oh, I forgot, we had confetti. Can we show the confetti? No, is it too late? That's okay. We'll show you the slide later. There's confetti. Oh, there it is. Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Now, we are truly done. The Olympics will live on in our memories. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, good morning. Oh my gosh, we are in a room full of childcare people. Good morning. Amazing, awesome. I want to just say, Trisha, it's been amazing to watch what you have created here, so congratulations to you and your team, and excited to be here to participate. So before I do introduce our panelists, I am going to just tell you a little bit about what we're going to talk about today. So the childcare sector really plays so many critical functions, as all of you are aware and know and work on every day. It's not only the foundation for learning and development, but also of our economic development and for parents to go to work and communities that communities rely on. But in order to really play all of these roles, it needs to be adequately funded, which takes thoughtful coordination across programs beyond CCDF and all the work you're doing in the room. And I can remember coming into this, I was thinking how important this panel is and the conversation, and remembering that as a childcare administrator in Massachusetts, coming out of COVID, I was just so overwhelmed by how many new state departments began to care about the childcare sector for the first time, something that had always really been taken for granted, that I had spent my career working on as the country was scrambling to restart the economy. This little niche area all of a sudden became the focal point for almost every state agency, every sector, every industry, every legislator as a critical piece of infrastructure. But it also came with an influx of federal money across those departments. And while I had always really known that non-early childhood money could be used for childcare infrastructure, this really, I think, put an urgency to figure out how we coordinated at the state level to make sure that these partnerships really were fueled and identified ways to make it easier for our programs on the ground who were trying to hire staff, trying to improve their quality and create access for families, how they could access all of these different funding streams to really adequately fund their program and the services we really envision for children overall. So as a country, as we really continue to build and strengthen our childcare sector in the face of inflation and all the costs that we know are increasing for our programs on the ground, it's continuously important that we adequately look at this infrastructure and think about how we leverage all of the federal funding streams in really creating the kind of supports that our programs need to care for children and families. And make sure that they have the well-compensated, well-supported staff. And so that's why I'm really excited to talk about this here today. We are going to hear from three fabulous speakers who are using federal funding and thinking about federal funding in creative ways. I'm going to do a quick introduction and then let them talk a little bit about the ways that they are doing this. So Jenna Conway is the Deputy Superintendent for the Virginia Department of Education, and where her focus is on early childhood, early education and care. She came from Virginia from Louisiana, where she served as the Assistant Superintendent for Early Childhood at the Louisiana Department of Education. And Jenna has really a well-earned reputation as an innovator, so excited to hear from her today. Elizabeth Grzinski is the Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Early Childhood Education and Care Department, and has the distinction of being the first Cabinet Secretary for this agency. Make sure I don't mess her bio up. She has a lot of previous services, but includes time at the Office of the State Superintendent for Education in the District of Columbia, where she led the early childhood education and care work, and really does have just such a distinguished track record as a leader and thoughtful innovator in early childhood, so also excited to hear from her experiences. And Kim Latimer Nelligan is the president of the Low Income Investment Fund and oversees all of LIFT's lending and investing activities. And that includes structured products, national markets, credit risk, lending opportunities, as well as LIFT's early care and education work. And prior to LIFT, she was the managing director with Citigroup, overseeing its community development, CDFI, lending and tax credit investing business unit. But she really does have an outstanding record as being a critical partner for early care and education. So excited to hear from her experiences too. So now I'm going to turn it over to them and let you hear a little bit about what they have been doing. So I'm going to start with you, Jenna. Can you tell us a little bit about how you have used non-CCDF funds to really amplify and strengthen the childcare sector?
Sure. Good morning. It is great to see everyone. Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Tricia, and the entire team for organizing this event. Very excited to talk a little bit about PDG. Probably some portion of the room is still recovering from submitting their application yesterday, and so, bless you for all of the work that went into that. But in our application for Virginia, one of the things that we wrote was that I've been overseeing PDG for now a decade, going way back to the preschool expansion grants back in 2013 and 2014, and reflected on how in different states, in different political contexts, we've used that grant to do a couple of different things. The first point that I would share is the importance of, with all of the various funding sources that we're talking about, making sure that you know what your true north is, and that each of the grant opportunities and the things in addition to CCDF that come available can be a little overwhelming, and oftentimes they call you to do on 75 different things. And so sorting out what's most important to your state or your territory is a key first step. In both Louisiana and Virginia, for us, our true north was school readiness, right? And thinking about what does it take as a Commonwealth or as a state to make sure that all kids, regardless of where they're served, prior to kindergarten, whether that's in childcare, preschool, Head Start, early Head Start, family childcare, faith-based preschool, you name it, that those experiences that families can choose put them on track for success, right? And regardless of the name on the outside of the building or the funding source, focusing on how you improve those experiences, give more parents access to those experiences is your true north, right? And making sure that as a state or a Commonwealth that you're clear on what you want to achieve out of that, almost going into the application before you even open it, I think has been key. We've obviously followed the rules and been able to competitively win this grant across multiple states, but we were always clear on how we wanted to use that with those dollars. With that in mind, I think it's helpful to think about these kind of outside opportunities really sort of as you're in one of three places. At certain points, we've applied for PDG, and we've been about to do something big, whether it was in response to a governor or a new leader, we're about to change things. And in those cases, we've used PDG as a way to sort of fund the different things that it might be hard to use CCDF or kind of state funds for, because the state is not willing to take that risk, or you don't want to take away from other things that are already funded with CCDF. So for example, when we applied for PDG a few years ago in Virginia, and we were imagining potentially a pretty significant change in governance, being able to pilot and start to fund that without taking away from CCDF, without having to go to our state leaders to get SGF was a key sort of strategy. At other times, you'll be right in the middle. You're kind of in a change movement. This is what happened for us a lot around the ARPA dollars. And it was really around saying, okay, how do we take what's working and sort of start to escalate it, right? Or sort of expedite it. Really thinking about, again, you have to comply with the general sort of expectations of the application, but looking at those kind of things that you can make go faster or get bigger or scale with PDG. And then I think the kind of third area is like, okay, I'm actually in a place, right, where we've just experienced, and this is probably where we are now in Virginia, quite a significant amount of change. We've rolled out a statewide measurement and improvement system. We've moved to cost of quality. We're up at 85% of SMI. We just got a significant state infusion. I don't know that our field can withstand any major changes right now. Our most recent application was really around saying, what are the innovations? What are the things that we want to see if they could work? I don't really want to put up CCDF from right now because I had to, right, as many of you did in the last year, and facing the end of ARPA, I had to really define what are the absolute essentials, and that's what our CCDF is funding right now. PDG and some other sources give us an opportunity to experiment, innovate, try things that we might ultimately, a few years down the road, if there's demonstrated impact, fund with CCDF, but it's kind of that out of the box. So really being clear on what your true north is, what you're trying to achieve before you even open those applications, right? So you don't get sort of, waylaid by the various things they're asking for, and then sort of taking that big step back and saying, okay, are we doing this as somebody that's about to go major change? In that case, I want to make investments in that area. Are we sustaining, or actually we in a pretty solid place? We've got to reserve our CCDF for the main course of work, and this is our opportunity to innovate.
Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Okay, thanks, Jenna. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you. I always think of our child care administrators and CCDF as really the only lead agency, the only block grant, I guess, that thinks about the whole family, that thinks about putting children and families at the center. It really was, the reauthorization was a two-generation approach. So when we, in New Mexico, we're 4 years old, our new department, and when Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham put her political weight behind creating the department and a bipartisan support from the legislature, it was similar to what Jenna said. We're 50th in education, we're 50th in overall child well-being, 49th in child hunger, and so these were staggering statistics, and people in New Mexico said, we're gonna believe in the research, we're gonna put some governance behind being able to really deliver for families and children. And just last week, the governor hosted an early childhood summit, and the topic was building a family-centered prenatal to 5 system. And she's frustrated. She's frustrated that even with this amazing infusion and 400% federal poverty level, no co-payments, a major expansion of pre-K with state dollars, families are still having to navigate a very complex system. And so our charge is to use all the available revenues. And so for us, two key federal sources that we've looked to better support families. One is the preschool development grant, and I'll talk about that in a little more detail, but the other is Medicaid, because in our department we have not only child care and preschool, we have the food and nutrition program, child and adult care food program, and summer food, but we have home visiting, and we have early intervention, Part C, IDEA, and we have a perinatal case management program staffed by nurses. So Medicaid is a huge federal funding source for our agency in that division of family support and early intervention. And when you think about home visiting, it's very much of a key to connecting families. We have 5 evidence-based models that are now in our Medicaid waiver for the state, and we're looking to draw down anywhere between $18 to $30 million a year when we do this successfully with our home visiting partners. So that's every baby born in New Mexico has at least 2 visits. And in those visits, families are connected to other state resources, like childcare, like early intervention. Not pre-K, because that would be too early. But the idea here is that we have that brief home visiting model that could then connect them to nurse-family partnership, or parents as teachers, or Safe Care, Child First, and Healthy Families America. So those are the models. That is a lot of money that we could be drawing into the state to help our state dollars go further. And how many of you run home visiting in your agencies too, or is home visiting part of your lead agency? So just thinking about it in this very holistic way because of those connection points that home visitors make for families. And what we would love to see is that every family in a child care center also has access to home visiting. Our governor, Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, wants universal access for home visiting, child care, and pre-K because we know what will happen and the results that we'll see for families. I want to also talk about our preschool development grant. We're in our 2nd year of, not a planning grant anymore, implementation, and it's been exciting. I sometimes call it my Christmas tree application. I don't know, it was November of 2021, I guess, that I was thinking of all the things we needed to do. Similar to Jenna's point, what was our North Star? We had a lot of work to do, and we needed to think about the entire system. So we thought our PDG application, our grant, is about both system building but capacity building. Capacity building of our higher education institutions, capacity building in our technical assistance and professional development system overall. We are the last, but soon to not be, the state without a professional development information system. That will be released in December, which has been supported by the Preschool Development Grant. And we know that that is an important connector for us as a state agency to know who are our workforce, what are their needs, but also for our licensing surveyors and those individuals to be able to connect to this system to ease the burden on our licensing surveyors, but on providers who have to pull out the documents. And as we're just talking to our deputy division director who oversees licensing, you can spend more time then looking at the classroom, seeing how the interactions are, the things we know matter. It matters too what their credentials are, but using these system improvements to build the capacity and to ease administrative burden, I think, are very important pieces. We're also building an early childhood integrated data system. Actually, we have been building that since the early childhood race to the top, but we're improving it. We call it ESIDS E, the evolution, but to get more dashboards, more visibility into what is happening in the early childhood system. Who are we serving? Where are the gaps? And we're also able to, what was my other, because we are this new department where we came from 3 different agencies, each of those agencies had different systems to support professional development, to support the overall development of the professionals either working in pre-K or home visiting, early intervention. So we want to use the preschool development grant to step back and build something that also aligns with how the department has aligned. We are now integrated, we're less siloed, we continue to focus on that, but our professional development and TA system is very siloed. We have people over here doing home visiting, reflective supervision, continuous quality improvement. Over here we have coaches working with families and working with classroom educators. So we want to think about how to leverage those federal dollars, to Jenna's point, that have some really strong flexibility along with our CCDF goals and objectives to build a system that works for families and elevates, and helps children be prepared for school and beyond. Thank you.
I love that. It can't all be on the child care system to do all of everything, and so really thinking comprehensively. Building from that, Kim, can you tell us a little bit about the work you've been doing?
Sure thing, thanks. Good morning, and great to be here. So as Sam shared, I'm with the Low Income Investment Fund, or LIF. We're a national CDFI, or Community Development Financial Institution. How many of you know a CDFI or know what CDFIs do or have heard of them? Okay, very few. Some, yeah, thank you. So you'll all know. So we are nonprofit financial institutions. We extend grants, we extend credit, loans, etc., financial services to low income, low wealth underserved communities, individuals, and businesses. And we are funded by public and private sources. We're funded by the government. We actually are certified through the CDFI fund, which resides within the U.S. Treasury. We're funded by philanthropy, by banks needing to meet Community Reinvestment Act or CRA obligations, by impact investors. So it's a hodgepodge, and it can be as I'm sure you all appreciate, a little bit of a Rubik's Cube or a Jenga in terms of pulling all our funding sources together and deploying those into the community. So LIF has been around for 40 years. We have, for 25 of those years, been working to build and improve the quality and availability of childcare in this country. And in service of that, we have deployed over $500 million to support the development of childcare facilities and served over 400,000 kids and families. So Sam, I'm going to focus on your question and respond around other federal funding sources besides CCDF from a facilities perspective. And acknowledge that when we're thinking about capital for facilities and funding for facilities, it's really more transactional than, say, funding for direct services, which is what a lot of you do. And often financial leverage is introduced. Often, there's a capital structure that's created or a financing vehicle that's created, and it's what CDFIs do. We leverage scarce resources, whether they be government resources or philanthropic resources, and we often bring in private funding for what we call the multiplier effect. Maybe that will be in your Olympics next year. That's we're all about leveraging dollars and creating more money, because we all need more money. The good news is, as what we do is largely, at the end of the day, project-based, it opens up a whole world of funding outside of CDFF in terms of federal sources. The other side of that coin is it does introduce a level of complexity into these programs and transactions, and often a translator is needed or an intermediary, and CDFIs like LIF and others in your states can play that role. So where we have been successful is identifying federal funding sources that are intended broadly to support economic and community development and aren't designed specifically for child care, but of course, as critical community assets, child care facilities are absolutely eligible. And so that's what we try to do, is identify those sources. We advocate for those sources to be friendly and useful and supportive for child care facilities, but we identify and then try to introduce them. So I want to talk about two programs briefly where we've had a lot of success in deploying dollars to support child care. One is the New Market Tax Credit Program, and the other is the Bond Guarantee Program. So the New Market Tax Credit Program is a federal tax credit. It resides in Treasury and is administered by the CDFI fund, and it aims to stimulate investment in business and real estate in low and moderate income communities. And it creates a permanent subsidy for the sponsor of the project. So for the child care operator, as an example, if it's a $10 million project that they're building in the community, they come to someone like LIF with an allocation, they get a $10 million allocation for that project, and about 27% of that, or say $2.7 million, stays with the project and the sponsor as a permanent subsidy, as equity for that business, for that facility, as long as they can meet compliance for 7 years, which is complicated but not hard. So LIF has received $600 million of New Market Tax Credit allocation since it started, and the program itself has been $76 billion to date. So as we say in New York, that ain't too shabby. So it's worth thinking about. They are highly complex, structured, tax-driven transactions, and so that does create costs and time commitment up front. So rule of thumb, we say if a project is under $8 or $10 million, probably not a good fit for New Market Tax Credits, and a lot of times the facilities we're supporting in the child care sector are on the small side. So how do we use new markets for child care? I would say two ways. One, we created a fund, a New Market Tax Credit Fund in the Bay Area, working with our partners at the city in childcare. And what we did is we did all of the structuring of the New Market Tax Credit requirements, the leverage, et cetera, up here in the fund, and then effectively made loans that were highly subsidized and didn't have to be paid back. That's a tax thing. To the two child care centers that would not have otherwise been able to access this program. So the $10 million fund created effectively $3 million in permanent subsidy that stayed with these projects for these child care operators. And then the other example, the other way we work with the New Market Tax Credit Program is to look for, and sometimes we actually create marriages where developers are doing multi-use developments or large affordable housing developments with other services, and we carve out a role for and space for childcare. So, and in that way, the developer who maybe is used to working with New Market Tax Credits and complicated structuring, kind of capital structuring tools, they're on the front line figuring out new markets, and the child care operator will benefit from the program in terms of lower cost and better space. So one example is the Ringe Commons project we did in Cambridge. That was a $13 million allocation. It built a 9,000 square foot facility, a new facility that accommodated more kids and is operated by the city of Cambridge, and that was alongside a workforce training nonprofit and 24 units of affordable housing. So it all fit together really nicely. The other program I wanted to mention was a bond guarantee program. Through the BGP, qualified entities, CDFIs and our affiliates will issue bonds that are guaranteed by the federal government. So that means they're very low cost and they're very long term. They're up to 30 years and they're fixed rate, which works really well for childcare operators versus, say, a rate that's going to go up and down and hard to understand the cost model. And so then we use that money to extend credit to project-based community development purposes. So childcare, great use. So LIF since 2010, we've gotten to $2.5 billion. Excuse me, the program is $2.5 billion. I was going to say we haven't gotten $2.5 billion. The program is $2.5 billion. LIF has received 3 rounds, or $215 million. And the examples, kind of like new markets, will often work with a larger project that has a child care component, but because this program is much more straightforward, there's complications on our end, but not on the borrowers don't see that. It's really opaque to the borrowers. We're also able to fund child care facilities directly. So for example, we did a $6 million BGP loan that allowed the Small World Daycare Center to acquire and renovate its site that they had been in for 40 years. And the neighborhood was gentrifying, real estate costs were increasing, I'm sure you see this, and they were going to be displaced. And have to, if they could find another space, it would probably be in another neighborhood where they couldn't serve the families that they had been working with for 40 years. So we allowed them to acquire the site, renovate it, and now they have a permanent home, and they have 30-year funding that's fixed rate and low cost, and an opportunity as a nonprofit to build equity. So it can be a great program if it works and is available. Back to you.
That's excellent. Wow, there's so much information you all shared. Really excited to dig into some of this. Let's start, wanted to go back to the PDG, not only because the applications were due, but because I think I'm interested in hearing, both Elizabeth and Jenna, both of you brought this up, interested in hearing about how you think about this one-time funding really driving or informing decision-making in your CCDF program as an ongoing operational funding. And you touched a little bit on, Jenna, but I'd love you just to expand a little bit.
Sure, thanks. And this has been great at taking notes on all the various sources of funding. But let me give a few examples about how Virginia used PDG in 2019 and in the subsequent grant. So the first is, and I think you're probably, Liz and I are very simpatico on the kind of importance of unified governance. It doesn't matter if it's its own agency, it's a workforce, social services, or education agency, but being able to speak at the state level with one voice on health, safety, and learning across the variety of programs that serve kids, particularly outside of the home, birth to 5, is increasingly important. And if I think about the last time that I was at STAM in Baltimore a decade ago, how many more states have taken steps in that direction? As somebody who's had the fortune to support 2 states to do that, I often get called. I was actually talking with Iowa yesterday. I've really talked to almost every state, including Alaska, about sort of thinking about unified governance and the various ways you can do it. We used PDG in Virginia in 2019 as a way to kind of pilot and begin that work, funding some effort to do some accountability and measurement work at the local level, thinking about how we would work across programs and building the case before we brought forth a law that ultimately moved everything over to the Department of Education. That law not only unified governance of state pre-K, Head Start collaboration, CCDF, early childhood special education, and more, but also called for a unified measurement and improvement system, which turned out to be really important in terms of not only just happening to be at the same agency, but truly saying across all of these settings that receive public dollars, what do we need to know about what kids are experiencing to inform parent choice and support improvement over time, right? Which then also leads to a pivot, just thinking about what Liz was saying about PD, from a focus of just offering a bunch of silo PD to actually saying we can tell you with precision which classrooms in Virginia are struggling the most and can deploy resources to that. We couldn't pass that law, we tried, and we couldn't pass that law into Virginia until we kind of built the case. Even though I told the elected officials and spent a lot of time talking about how valuable that transformation had been in Louisiana, shout out to my Louisiana crew over here, it still took building proof of concept on the ground in Virginia using PDG because the state didn't want to fund it, as an experiment, and we didn't want to take away from CCDF. So that's example number 1. Example number 2 is, having learned what I had learned in Louisiana, I knew that we were probably going to need a way to capture data, right? Particularly if we were going to pass this law. And you'll notice quite a few hypotheticals. It was a little nerve-wracking in the beginning of all of this, but that we were going to need to understand and capture data down to the classroom level. We have historically said, we build these systems and we know generally what happens with Head Start dollars or CCDF dollars or state pre-K dollars, but there's a ton of variation. Anybody who's a parent or guardian of kids knows that it's not so much just the outside of the building, it's which classroom your child is in that setting, whether that's family childcare, school, Head Start, or whatever. And so we actually started to build out that platform, build the relationships needed to collect all sorts of new data from childcare and family childcare. We call it LinkB5. It goes along with our accountability system or our measurement and improvement system, VQB5, but we started building that with the very first PDG, starting an iterative way of capturing data in new ways. It involved a set of folks that not only were building technology, but going out and engaging family childcare, doing things like spaghetti dinners where we brought people together to figure out how do you log on, because that was not an actual known experience for much of our family childcare providers. Today, LinkB5 is the state's data system for VQB5. In that system, we have 3,700 sites, 11,000 classrooms, class data from 29,600 class observations that we performed last year. When we started PDG, we were at 900 to 30,000 in 5 years, all captured there. What the teachers are paid, what their degrees are, what the curriculum used is, and ultimately we're starting to affiliate kids with classrooms. So we in Virginia will be able to track your growth from birth to 5, and then connect that to your school readiness, your 3rd grade reading, and ultimately with our longitudinal data, how you're doing as a 25-year-old, whether you're post-college, career, wherever you are. That takes a lot of patience, but using PDG to start to build that iteratively, right, rather than having to do a huge procurement to kind of try to bring all those systems together, noting that the most important data we weren't even collecting, right, which was getting down to that classroom level. So that's example number 2. Example number 3, and this was a little bit born out of frustration when we were applying for the 2019 grant. I was excited to see this investment in infrastructure and support, but frustrated that we still weren't getting enough dollars to child care educators. And at that point, I believe there was a prohibition on subgranting. So we said, well, why don't we do this? Let's actually provide a direct-to-teacher incentive. We carved off a little bit of money. we partnered with a research partner, EVA, and we said, okay, we're going to actually provide a direct-to-teacher incentive. We did it as an experiment. We did a randomized control trial. We actually funded childcare, Head Start, and school-based teachers, but found that it didn't have an effect on our school-based teachers, and so after that, we stopped it. Providing just $1,500 in 2 increments to childcare teachers in 2019 cut turnover in half. Cut turnover in half. That's equivalently, folks, about 75 cents more per hour. We were like, whoa, this is unbelievable, because it was not state government. It was UVA, a research partner, that found that result. We were able to kind of double down on that, scale that. We went to our legislature. Since then, we've had over $80 million has gone directly to childcare teachers in Virginia since 2019, peaking last year with a state investment, or peaking this year with a state investment of $20 million. And an overall investment of just over $43 million that goes to 17,000 educators. It was the evidence from PDG. It was an experiment, but we sort of set it up from the beginning to be able to measure the impact. If it didn't have an effect, it didn't have an effect on school-based teachers. We stopped doing that, and then we took that data, had our research partners take that data to our legislature, used a lot of ARPA dollars over time, and are now kind of figuring out what's next for that program, but just a kind of example over a 5-year period, how you can start with an experiment, measure it, make some tough decisions, sell it to legislators right in your own state, and grow it to scale. So 3 examples there. 1, kind of testing out a new form of governance, right, and piloting that. 2, building something you know you're gonna need, right, but it's hard to get existing funds for, like Link B5, our data system. And 3, trying something highly experimental, but you know is needed, like a direct-to-teacher incentive, and measuring that, and then thinking about not only what are you doing as the state agency, but who can you partner with, both private and research partners, to evaluate that experiment, and if it works, thinking about scaling it and ultimately sustaining it. I think that clapping is for anything that gets money to childcare teachers, not me, but thank you.
Is there more to say? Okay, so I almost said for DC. That's what I was for. For New Mexico, our awesome table here, we have taken a kind of a three-pronged approach of lifting up families. So family and community engagement is very much at the center of our preschool development grant. And that is through deep engagement through our local early childhood system building coalitions, but also just bringing parent voice and using the Abriendo Puerta, opening doors curriculum to engage and get families really at the center. Again, building a family-centered early childhood system. We need families at the table. So that has been a huge part of our investment, and it's going very well. We're going to be hosting 5 regional family leadership summits this fall, going around the state, the staff from the agency, but also our local early childhood system building coalition leadership, and talking about, what is this going to take? Because we aren't going to improve the systems for early childhood in this country and in our states without families at the table. I have come from a Head Start background, so you can probably hear that a little bit, and it really has shaped my policy thinking and my system building efforts around making sure that we're not designing and building something, again, that families can't navigate. It doesn't really work for them. So that has been a core part of our system, and the other part is looking similar to what Jenna, what is the quality like? And we know that that starts with the workforce. So our workforce is very diverse, as in all of your states, it is as well. And the way that they're going to get to the credentials and the higher degrees that we all know we want them to have and they themselves want to have, we need stronger relationships with our higher education partners. We need those programs, those early childhood teacher prep programs. We have 18 of them in the state of New Mexico. Strong articulation between our 2 and our 4-year colleges, which is fabulous. We have free college in New Mexico, so for 2 and 4 years, so that barrier has been removed. But there are other barriers, and we need our higher ed partners to be at the table. So we've invested in a few strategies. One is to make sure that they are working towards NAYC accreditation in their teacher prep program so that the content that they're delivering is of the highest quality. We also, somewhat supported through PDG, but also through other efforts, is just they have to innovate a little more. I mean, credit for prior learning, credit for prior experience going into the community and doing cohorts. We did this in DC and it was incredibly effective. Going to where the early childhood professionals are and offering those courses. So thinking about our workforce both from the higher education standpoint and building stronger systems. We have 23 tribes, pueblos, and nations within the borders of New Mexico. We have 3 tribal colleges and universities, and an assistant secretary for Native American early education and care. So that is also top of mind for us, is how do we strengthen those programs and make sure that our workforce looks like the children and families that we're serving across the state. The other thing that we focused on in our preschool development grant was strengthening the role of Head Start at the state level. We offered, in the sub-grant category, Section 6, we're offering grants to Head Starts who are going through conversion, taking their Head Start programs, Head Start slots, and moving them to Early Head Start, the option that they have in their Head Start grant, because we know that the greatest need is infant toddler care. So we're in conversations. We brought all the Head Starts, both the tribal and the regional Head Start programs, together into a 2-day retreat with our leaders of our local early childhood system building coalitions to talk about what is needed, both for the conversion sub-grant, but also for another sub-grant around strengthening the supports for children with special needs. You may hear time and again in your state, children with special needs in your community-based child care centers and your Head Start programs are not getting access to their Part B services because families can't do that transportation in the middle of the day. And I don't know, maybe your states are better at this area, but we know that more needs to be done to support children with special needs across our state. So those are the 2 categories in the sub-grant area of PDG that is pretty innovative, and I would, just in all honesty, we're a little bit behind on it because they're 2 systems trying to work together. How many of you have worked on Early Head Start Child Care Partnership grants here in the state? Okay, not too many, so that's sad. Because that, is an area where we see these 2 very important federal programs needing to work closer together to truly deliver the kind of high quality comprehensive services that many families need. So we see this as an important area, but also an area that needs a lot more support and a lot more support from the federal level to make these partnerships work. The other, do I need to go? And the other big thing, which you all do, and I think is part of CCDF, is our quality system. So New Mexico has had, we were one of probably the first states to have a quality rating improvement system. The one that we have now, we're under a Focus redesign, and we're using the Focus as the name of our quality rating improvement system. And we're using the PDG to help us step back, as Jenna said, talk to educators in the classroom, talk to the center directors, owners, family child care providers, and families. Again, families are very important to us, so focus groups, surveys, listening to them. We're really trying to get it down to more of the simple and the few things that we focus on. We are also looking to class. We have implemented that across our preschool, our pre-K classrooms, New Mexico pre-K, and we're looking to how to introduce that into our quality rating and improvement system, group size and ratios, and education. So the preschool development grant does present those opportunities where you can use this money as bridge to that future state where CCDF can then help pick up. We're similar to Virginia, and we have huge state investments in early childhood. Our budget, is probably, I think we were saying 2/3 of our child care budget is state money. So we know that is not the case for many of you in this room. But I think it's the hope of the future is that we see this increased investment coming from state leaders to match the federal, because this is the most critical and rapid period of development in a human's life. And if we continue to shortchange and build systems that are fragmented and don't work together and don't put families and the educators at the center, we're going to continue to get the results we see across our country with low reading scores, low math scores. So I think there is a true opportunity here for you as CCDF administrators, as leaders in your states, to make the case and to kind of use preschool development grant to weave together some of these core concepts around system building and capacity building that CCDF then can continue on an ongoing basis to support.
That's awesome. And as a fairly newly anointed Fed, it's so inspiring to hear about the ways that this funding is really being driven to make long-term changes. Even though it is a short-term funding stream, it really can be, the potential is just could be so large. I'm going to pivot and talk a little bit more about facilities and dig into that, because while ongoing operations is really important, we also need those buildings to actually put people in. And so thinking a little bit, Kim, starting with you, thinking a little bit about facilities and either new or expansion, as you kind of referenced in your intro. And thinking about what types of the audience in the room being state level leaders, as Elizabeth referenced, what types of state and local partners are really needed to be able to address the facilities needs that we see across our communities, and where can childcare leadership really build those partnerships and leverage those partnerships as they go back to their states?
Yeah, great question. And there's such limited dedicated funding for facilities for childcare. Partners and allies are critical. And so state and local partners really important in terms of finding the money to build and maintain supply. As I mentioned before, for facilities, unlike services, the work is more transactional. There's a real estate development component and a financing component. And I appreciate that expertise may not organically or structurally be found in state child care agencies. And so sometimes for facilities in particular, you can find allies, I think, in other state agencies. And one I'd like to mention and talk about today for a bit is housing agencies. I think they can be very effective, and we've seen them be very effective allies of child care. Affordable housing is broadly acknowledged as a platform on which we hang other critical interventions for families, and childcare is really chief amongst them. So I think you'll find kind of a willing audience, if you will, in state housing agencies. So ways to work with them. One is through their role as the state allocating agency for low-income housing tax credits. So low-income housing tax credits, or LIHTC, Section 42 of the tax code. It's through LIHTC that most of the affordable housing in this country is built and preserved. Not enough, but what does happen is through LIHTC. And it's a highly competitive process, and the way these state agencies run the allocation process is through a qualified allocation plan, or QAP. And so developers work very hard to get a maximum score, right? Because these dollars are very limited and precious. And so there are 6 states that give bonus points, for example, in their QAPs for childcare. So as an affordable housing developer, if I am including space for childcare, then I can get that extra point that could maybe push me over the top so I can win an allocation. Those 6 states, I'll read them so I don't miss any, and forgive me if I'm missing some above the 6, but it's California, Colorado, Iowa, Nebraska, New Jersey, and Wisconsin. And so in those states, ECE supply is effectively increased through the efforts of affordable housing developers and from funding from LIHTC. So, right, pretty good. And I know LIFT plays a role, and I know there are CDFIs in your states who could do the same in terms of marrying affordable housing developers with childcare operators. We have housing developers that come to us and say, we want to do this, not just because it gets us the point, but even in states without the point, because it's important. It's important to our residences. Often these are mission-driven, nonprofit affordable housing developers. They care about resident services and resident outcomes, and they want to provide childcare, but they have absolutely no idea how to go about it. And so a lot of what we do is connecting them with our grantees and the childcare operators we're working with, and kind of make that marriage. So the other example that I wanted to highlight was the work Oregon and Multnomah counties were doing to support and advance co-location in a more formal way of childcare and affordable housing. So there, the Oregon Housing and Community Services, OHCS, and Build Up Oregon have recently launched the OHCS Co-Location Fund. Build Up Oregon is a collaboration of CDFIs, LIF, Craft 3, MISO, and NOAA. And they administer the $10 million OHCS fund, and those funds were allocated by the Oregon legislature to support co-location, and those were housing funds. To support co-location of affordable housing and ECE facilities. And the program has grants, they have low-cost loans, they have technical assistance, they have business loans, real estate loans, and these resources are bringing together affordable housing developers and childcare providers to open and expand childcare services and increase slots. So, you know, housing is a great partner, and I think I'm going to get to it later, but other things are on the horizon in terms of other state and federal agencies that are, I think, more intentionally thinking about ways to work with childcare.
Yeah.
You want to add anything?
Well, I was just going to say thank you. And we worked together when I was in DC as the assistant superintendent of early learning, and the mayor wanted to create 2,000 infant toddler slots, and LIF was able to leverage so much more money than even the city had, and I think we reached the goal in a year early.
We did, yeah, it was early.
But we similarly in New Mexico have partnered with the New Mexico Finance Authority. We don't have a state housing agency yet. The governor tried to get that last year, but we're working with them, and it is incredible. I think the clarification now in the CCDF around major renovation helps us, I think, go forward with more of those larger projects that we know we can help support with CCDF funds. We did get some general fund money to help with low interest loans, but I think working with those entities in your state are so helpful, as we did when we worked with LIF. They know things that we don't know about how to leverage all these different federal investments, and we're seeing that with our partnership. And we've created, I mean, we did use the federal relief money, which doesn't count for this panel, but we did create over 2,200 new slots on track to count. And so I think that just speaks again to the need for more federal investment in these areas. But with that, we've created a partnership with a community development financial institution in New Mexico who's working with a local community-based organization who's more steeped and knowledgeable about the industry and childcare. And and part of their contract is to build a network of community development financial institutions in the state that can deepen their knowledge, learn more about early childhood, learn more about the industry and how it's actually funded. Our biggest barriers, and you probably hear this in your state, is people are just, it's daunting when they think about building the facility, the cost of it. And then if you're not, you know, like Virginia and New Mexico and DC and other states are paying close to the true cost of care, but if you're not, then how do you sustain that new building that you've put in there? So I think there's real challenges, but that initial cost, we've heard from even our community development financial institutions, if they don't understand the child care industry, how do I get into this business? Employers want to get more child care for their employees. They also are kind of sticker shock by what that's going to cost. So I do think engaging with organizations like LIF and other CDFIs in your state is essential to address the CCDF requirement that we build supply for all families. You know, we have the subsidy requirement of equal access for children, but we also have the bigger charge to make sure that there is enough licensed care, licensed and license exempt in our states to meet the needs of families who are working or in school. So, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, really great tips and thinking through that. I want to shift back a little bit to the other types of operational funding that are really part of our childcare financing strategy on the ground and for programs. And hoping, Elizabeth, you can tell us a little bit about your strategies with the Child and Adult Care Food Program, the CACFP. And really, obviously, it's a critical operational support for childcare. And I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit how you made it easier for them to access and really thinking about coordinating across your CCDF strategy and your CACFP program in your state.
Yes, thank you, Sam. So we have, almost all of our homes are using the Child and Adult Care Food Program, and about 65% of our centers. Now, we require it of all of our New Mexico pre-K programs that they be enrolled in CACFP, because we recognize not only is it an incredible revenue source, but it's also a good quality check for us that the children are getting access to nutritious food and they're getting all the meals they need, and hopefully there's also the education that goes along with that for families and parents. So we have great participation. We'd like to see higher participation from our centers. When I was in DC, there was a law that was passed that if they had 50% more, I think it's still the law, children enrolled in the child care subsidy, that facility had to be enrolled in the child and adult care food program. Because again, it's connecting those dots that children need access to healthy and nutritious food, and the provider needs those revenues in order to meet their bottom line. I remember when we first did the cost model in DC and realized that a small center could realize somewhat over $65,000 annually by participating in CACFP. And so that becomes real money that we want to see on the subsidy side that providers are taking up. And I'm sure it's much higher because they've had good increases in the rates. But because our child and adult care food program is in the same division with our child care licensing and subsidy, under the leadership of Kim Brown, our Deputy Division Director and co-CCDF Administrator, we're able now to just make sure that those connections are being made. The other thing is your food sponsors who are working with your family child care homes, they become great messengers for all sorts of things you're rolling out, whether it's new workforce strategies, other quality improvements. That's an area that we want to look more deeply at in New Mexico, how to leverage, Olympic winner, those relationships, because they are trusted people in the most part to the family child care providers, and so they become a part, we like to call it our early childhood ecosystem, and to make sure that those partners are there. But I was pleased to see the data from New Mexico. We require all of our licensed exempt, we call them registered homes, they have to participate in the CACFP program if they're taking the child care subsidy. But we do have, so almost 90, well, of course, all of them are, but over 90% of our homes and 65% of our centers are using the program.
Awesome. And I know you mentioned a little bit about Medicaid, but I don't know if there's anything else to expand on there of how you're using Medicaid to complement the CCDF a little bit more. Or?
I think, when we look at Section 8 of the CCDF plan, there's all those important partners, whether it's the early periodic screening and diagnostic and testing, or EPSDT, fondly known as, or your maternal, infant, early childhood home visiting partners, all of those entities that we work with and we set goals with, and we have coordination outcomes that we want to achieve. Medicaid is a very important funding source when we start thinking about both our early intervention programs, of course, and home visiting. So I encourage states, if you do have home visiting within your lead agency, or even if you don't, I mean, to make those connections with that entity, to make sure that they're looking at the option of a waiver to be able to engage and pull down, like I said, $18 to $36 million in a state like New Mexico. We have 70% to 75% of our births are Medicaid funded. So we have a state where, and we now have continuous eligibility up to age 6 for Medicaid. So when those babies are born, if they're already eligible for Medicaid, they're going to remain eligible. And there are a lot of opportunities for us to leverage those relationships and that funding source to benefit our early childhood programs. So I would just leave with that. And then again, remembering those home visitors are helping families get connected to childcare. They become very good ambassadors and partners for our work to improve outcomes for children.
Excellent, thank you. I want to make sure we have some time. I'm not sure if there are questions in the room, so I'm going to ask one more question before we open it up. I'm curious, Kim, you started to reference some of the things coming in down the line, but I think, as you have said, I think childcare has become increasingly a focal point for so many of our federal agencies as we are trying to restart the economy and really think through how we intentionally build the infrastructure we need for people to participate in that economic development. So can you tell us a little bit about the other federal opportunities that you know are on the horizon that our room should be paying attention to?
Absolutely. It's actually a very, there's not always great news about funding, right? But I do think we're actually at a moment where there are some incredible kind of historic levels of funding coming through that, while not specifically for childcare, although CHIPS there's a piece that is, absolutely supports childcare facilities, and it really is quite exciting. all the federal funding for infrastructure. So two things I want to highlight, and we're tracking very closely in building our readiness to access and deploy and advocate in a way that ensures that that this funding, because a lot of the details, I mean, there's a legislature, right, the legislation, but in terms of how it's actually implemented, that it's done in a way that's useful and supportive of childcare facilities. So one comes out of the Inflation Reduction Act, and that is the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, or GGRF. I don't know how many folks have heard of GGRF, or Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund? Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's amazing to me. I go to rooms like these, and really very few people have heard about it, and it is $27 billion. That's a lot of money, and most of it does have to go to effectively, Justice Census Tracts, Justice 40 Census Tracts, but a lot of it is absolutely relevant to this room. So the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the awards were made in March, and they're, I'm told, literally moment to moment, finalizing contracts with the EPA, another partner, the EPA, which we've never worked with. So it should start to come out after Labor Day this fall. But basically, there's a $14 billion bucket called National Clean Investment Fund, or NCIF. That is financing dollars and technical assistance that goes to community lenders. There's a $6 billion Clean Communities Investment Accelerator bucket. That's a capital grant to sit on balance sheets to leverage, and also capacity building, again, for community lenders. And then there's $7 billion Solar for All. And those awards are made really at the state level, not to states, but to entities that applied to use Solar for All statewide. So there were 60 awards, 50 states, a few regions, and tribal nations. That in particular is something that I think could really be leveraged by the folks in this room, and all of that is in support of carbon reduction and climate mitigation. And it's interesting, we run this grant program with California, the CDSS, the state agency, and it's a $350 million program for facilities. Half the money is being used for climate mitigation and remediation. So this is absolutely a great fit. So the funding goes to community lenders, largely CDFIs, green banks, and others, and all of us are absolutely plugged in to childcare. And the money, it's from EV truck fleets, right, to solar, but there's a lot of the financing that is going to be going to support affordable housing and community facilities, including childcare. And so we're working with the coalitions that receive the money. We're talking to them about the fact that, if it's going to be used for childcare, it needs to be very, very low cost, lower cost than for affordable housing. The leverage requirements need to be lower because the economic model for childcare is more fragile. They can't support a lot of leverage, can't support childcare. And I really think we're getting traction, and I think it's very exciting. The other thing I want to mention in IRA quickly, and this isn't GGRF, but it made available many new grant programs and increased tax credits. And tax credits can now be monetized much more easily by nonprofits, meaning a lot of the centers we work with are nonprofits. And again, I think that there's a role for states to play in aggregating, because these are such small credits. They need to be aggregated to be monetized. So again, talk to your local CDFI, talk to others in the state, but it's a lot of money that really both grant and low-cost financing that can be used to support facilities. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was CHIPS, which more of you probably have heard about, the CHIPS and Science Act. It was signed in August of 2022, and last year the Department of Commerce is managing it. It's $50 billion. It's about economic development and national security, so we can support the expansion of manufacturing facilities in this country to manufacture chips, hence the name. They announced last year that for anybody receiving a grant over $150 million, which almost all of them are, they have to create a plan to allow to support their employees, including construction workers, to access childcare. So they are required. Micron, Intel, Global Foundries, all of these global national companies, publicly traded, have to now, and some of them were, provide childcare for their workers, and they have plans from building on-site centers to offering discounts at local centers. So they're all thinking about it candidly. I hope there's no chip manufacturers in the room. It's kind of towards the bottom of their list, right? Because they're gearing up to make more chips, which is what they're supposed to be doing. But we're finding, as we're working with states and the Chamber of Commerce's and local partners, that I think that they're open to dialogue. It's critical that these companies keep in mind and understand the current childcare ecosystem they're going into in these places, that they're investing in. It's important for them to build on the strength of what exists. It's important that they support existing providers and not just plunk down new facilities. It's important they support the childcare workforce. And frankly, I think all of us have a role to play to be sure that this obligation and this money is used as it's intended and as a resource. So it's a lot of money. New partners, Department of Commerce, EPA, and so we're all learning a lot of new acronyms and making a lot of new friends.
That's awesome. So not seeing anyone standing waiting to ask a question, I'm going to keep going and ask a last question of you all. You've all talked a lot about the potential, I think, building on what Kim was saying around the potential of where what's coming down the line and the opportunities. Curious, you talked a little bit about how you've done some of that through PDG, so digging deeper into that, and I think expanding on it, is when you think about the kind of infrastructure investments and system building that people in the room have to be doing to be prepared for those kind of opportunities. I'm wondering, you can talk a little bit about the ways that CCDF system can really be leveraged and can really leverage and be prepared to leverage those resources moving forward, particularly the federal ones we've mentioned.
Sam, you want to leverage to move the needle?
Sorry, I'd like to leverage, and if we could circle back on that, it would be really great. Yeah.
We could. So I'm going to answer the question, but sort of do a slight pivot here. PDG for this year for Virginia will be $8 million, right? Our overall early childhood spend is going to be about $500 million, right? So that's 1%. It's an important 1%, as I've articulated with some of the examples and as you've heard from Liz and others, but it's still 1%. And I freaking love CCDF. There's aspects of it that are not my favorite, but in 2 states, when I was working with high-level governors and elected officials to make really important decisions about how we would run the system, I said 2 things. I said I wouldn't do it without CCDF. I wouldn't move, I wouldn't do it, I wouldn't actually move across the country from Louisiana into Virginia unless there was a plan to get CCDF, and I wouldn't do it without childcare licensing, right? Because I think it's really important when we, again, as I said before, speak about a sort of a true north and how states set expectations for health, safety, and learning. You have to have CCDF. And so I think PDG is important. I'm coming out of this panel being like, I got to build some new relationships when you sort of really think about maximizing with the economic development sector and thinking about CCFP and Medicaid. But don't forget just how freaking important CCDF is. Exactly. And when people say to me, I love that Sam called me an innovator, I think that's pretty cool. I'll go home and tell my kids that. But somebody asked me the other day, I'm about to go speak on a national panel, thinking about innovations, what should I do? And I said, fix the rates. Fix the rates. Like, we've been in a scarcity mindset for so long. And don't get me wrong, I know there are huge challenges in front of you as you all face implementation of the new rule. Like, we just cannot, you cannot serve more kids at a higher rate per kid, right, with the same amount of dollars. I get that, right? I mean, and I think, as somebody who's been at the forefront of this, for the last few years, I get that. But I also know that if we don't, when we fund programs to achieve quality expectations, when we do the things to, to make sure that there's transparency around these resources. I got in front of a couple of folks at the Hunt Institute 2 years ago, and they were like, well, we don't know if there's a direct relationship between how childcare teachers are paid and what the rates are. And I was like, actually, we've done that research in Virginia, and what we know is that when we had lower rates, across 4,000 plus programs. So it didn't have to do with a region, it didn't have to do with a credential background, that our programs that didn't take subsidy were paying their teachers $2 more per hour and had half the amount of turnover and found it much easier to hire. The CCDF rates are the most important thing that you do. And I know you all will face challenges around implementation. If there's a way to use PDG, if there's a way to use CACFP to kind of reduce some of the costs so that folks can pay teachers more, go for it. But the most important thing I think facing this room right now is how do you think about sort of sustaining those rates in the very challenging situations that I acknowledge that you're in. Our way of doing it in Virginia is that we're able to, thanks to incredible work by our governor and our bipartisan set of legislators, like we had to fund more childcare in order to keep the rates and fund the higher amount of kids, right? And in this case, and in Liz's case, the states have stepped up in a big way. As they've done that, they are also owning childcare in a way that they never have before. It's not a federal program that kind of flows through my state and I'm not paying attention to. I now have 40 senators, 100 delegates, and a governor's office that after a grueling session this year are constantly asking me. I have more reports, so we had reports due today, but that they care about childcare is the most important thing. And if they're not asking you questions, right, if they don't know what's going on with your rates, that's a far worse state than getting kind of peppered with questions and having that pressure. So PDG is important. There's a lot of different ways to use it, and I'm so excited about the progress it's had in this country in the last decade. But the most, I would say, humble of me, I would say the most important thing in front of everybody in this room is thinking about how you set those rates and how you run your programs. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, is that working? Ray Garofano, I'm from Vermont and work for the lead agency, but I'm also a state legislator, so have kind of the dual hats. I was wondering if you can speak a little bit more about how you made direct payments to teachers.
Sure, thank you. So it was a little hectic in the beginning. Through our PDG, because we have made sure to kind of have two partners at the table at all times. One is a research partner, and one is a private foundation, a public-private partner who can be more nimble and truly helped us get those payments out. So we ultimately kind of set up a system where we register all of our teachers. So it didn't actually start off as a workforce registry, but ended up over time. And so everybody registers as part of our measurement and improvement system every August and September. We then verify their employment twice a year in order to cut them checks. What it also does is that Virginia has, and if you want to check out our research, it's on C Partnerships at UVA, Virginia is actually checking twice a year on employment. And so we have pretty extraordinary data on turnover, again, across over 3,000 sites and about 10,000 classrooms. So that is how we set it up. We started small. So you look at it now, and I talk to people, and they're like, there's just no way I could cut checks for 17,000 educators. We didn't. We started very small. It was $2 or $3 million, just a couple thousand educators, built the infrastructure with our public-private partner, and then ultimately tied it into our measurement and improvement system. It was my goal that we would go out and talk to childcare teachers who would say, hey, there are whole new expectations for us. Folks are coming out and observing us, but also the state cut me checks. I should be clear, those checks are simply for staying. You don't have to have a higher degree. You don't have to have a certain level of performance. It's simply for retaining those because we think compensation truly matters for turnover. And if we don't get turnover down, it's going to be really hard to improve the experiences that are happening in settings.
Thank you. Elizabeth? Oh.
I'll just say for us in New Mexico, we work with our community college who does our direct payments for our wage supplement, our infant toddler parity, soon to be released, and our pre-K parity. We don't do direct payments to everybody, but we did through the relief, the competitive pay for professionals, we gave everybody a $3 an hour raise in childcare, cooks, administrative, and we did do that through the actual program. Through our licensing, our data system, we were able to have them enter the information about their staff, and then every month we made a payment to them based on their payroll of the staff and the hours they worked. So that's the model we would move to, because going individual, that's impressive you do that. We want to go more to the facility itself so that they have other taxes and other things taken out, because we know there's complications for other benefits and things that people could be impacted by.
And I know I want to keep everyone on track to the agenda, and so I'm going to ask for some final comments, and then if there are other questions, I'm sure the panelists will be available to be able to help afterwards.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Awesome panelists. Virginia, I want to direct this question to you, and I'm kind of impressed about your direct teacher incentive program, and I know that the work that you did put into it took some time, and the research and the data out of the research was great for you to present, to your legislatures. But my question to you is, what is your sustainability plan? Because we know that the one-time $1,500 to your teachers is great, and you have the data to show that you were able to retain 50% of those teachers. However, past that, and we know that compensation is a key in childcare, past that, what other funding are you looking into to continue along that path to retain qualified teachers, in childcare? Because when I did the math, it came out to about $25 million for your 17K teachers. So PDG is only 1%. And we know that the Black grant supports probably 90% of our funding from that goes about 90% now. I don't know whether you're up to your 70% percentile at this point. So how do you plan to sustain that going forward?
That's a great question. And I will note, we went up significantly. So it actually went up to $3,000 per an educator during the pandemic, and now we're looking at what the long-term sustainability is. I think the answer is partly in looking at how we shift to a cost of quality mechanism. Virginia's cost of quality mechanism looks at competitive compensation. So really sort of taking not only the licensing expectations, but starting to say, we think that childcare teachers should be making closer to what elementary school teachers. We assume a slight proration, so we reduce it because there's not a teacher credential or license requirement, but we are funding more per kid with this idea of competitive compensation. We're measuring that with UVA, and our goal would be to phase down the incentive while working to get the rates per kid to the place where employers, as I think Liz just noted, are providing that ongoing competitive compensation, which we think is really, really important. We also will provide the cost of quality rate regardless of what you're charging. So I think that's really important in lower income communities, and this is a big shift, and not all states use this flexibility, but being able to say that even if I can't charge my private parents this, that I can receive this rate from the state, all towards this idea of more revenue in the mix to get to more competitive compensation. And so that's actually a lot of our PDG application that we submitted this week. I know you guys can't copy it now because it's already submitted, but is about thinking about how to really shift it to employers and how to think about, I believe you've got to assign, these dollars have to flow based on the children, but you have to, as Liz noted, think about the overall revenue at the site and getting to them to a place and then supporting them. We have a lot of work with small businesses right now, and what you would take to think about raising your compensation. How do you think about the benefits package? How do you think about over time those wage increases that allow you to retain your most talented teachers? So that's what's in front of us right now.
Thank you. So I'll just close with some comments. I mean, I know that it's out there, like post-relief and all the feeling of the pressure of delivering for families, for children, for the educators, but it is such an opportunity. I agree with Jenna. I think CCDF is an incredible program to be able to implement, and just encourage you, because we are oftentimes the best kept secret about what's going on in your state. And people need to understand the robust nature of the roles that you play, the relationships that you can create and make under the CCDF. And business leaders, people don't know about what's in it. And so you probably did through your stakeholder engagement, but we did a really amazing job intentionally working with some of our local governments. And those were some of the most powerful and impactful conversations for us. And truly doing that, you need a whole team of people. This is critical work. It feeds, like you say, the multiplier effect, the economy, but our children and our families, as you see every day, your eligibility workers, people who are in the centers, they need us. They need us to be strong, innovative, huge collaborators, as we said, that compassion that we need to bring to this work, because without you and without the team of people that you have around you, we are going to be in a real world of hurt, because you can take this opportunity wherever you sit in your agency. To Jenna's point, I am a cabinet level secretary. I'm sitting there with all the other agencies. But when we were in DC in an education agency, we were able to work across other departments, and we can't do it alone. Our summit last year was coming together to build the future for New Mexico's children and families, and you honestly can't do it alone. There are some great resources, and just stick together, build your teams in the department, but also across your state agencies, and make sure that we keep families and children and the people who care for and educate them at the center of all of your decision making. Thank you.
Any final thoughts?
Just quickly, so we are at a moment. We're at a moment where childcare is now part of the national dialogue. You turn on CNN and you hear about it, and I do think our legislators, our administration, our biggest employers all understand that childcare is critical to the economy. It's critical to a workforce. I'm always a little disappointed we don't talk about it in terms of critical to kids and families, but I'll take it any way I can get it. And I think there are historic levels of funding coming down the pike for some of it specifically for childcare, a lot of it not, but absolutely can be used for. And I think it's up to all of us to engage and be at the table. And I completely agree. It's about unlikely allies and friendships, and it's about bringing everybody together, because you can't solve it alone. It's too complicated a problem and too heavy a problem. And so, just encourage everybody to, work together, look up your local CDFI.
Yes.
And it was great being here today. Thank you.
Well, I am completely inspired, and thank you so much. I know we are standing in between you and lunch, and so we won't do that anymore, but thank you so much to the panelists for being
Sam.
here and for inspiring us all to go home and do good work.
Thanks, Sam. Thank you.
Hi there. Welcome, everyone. Oop, that was a little bit louder than I expected. Thank you, and welcome to this discussion session on using contracts and grants for direct services. And just to set the stage, we are going to have discussions regarding this topic and this approach. So we would love it if you are sitting at a table by yourself or just two people, if you could use this time right now to be brave and move over to that table with a couple of other people. We'll get started in just a minute. Thanks, everyone. All right, get started. Hello and welcome, everyone. We hope that you had a wonderful lunch and are getting settled, and we're excited to get started on this really exciting topic. Our discussion session is using grants and contracts for direct service lots. My name is Holly Wilcher, and I serve the State Capacity Building Center's Infant Toddler Specialist, and it's been really, really fun to work on thinking about bringing this session together with Linda and Elisa, Child Care Technical Assistance Partners. And I will just do a little bit of the lay of the land for the next, how we're going to spend the next hour and a half together. Today is going to be, or this afternoon, primarily focusing on peer conversations and peer learning. We've got some exciting lessons learned and stories to share from Oregon and Puerto Rico, who we're going to hear from first. And then you can ask questions, beg, borrow, and steal, learned how they succeeded and failed forward, what they do differently if they had to start over. And then we'll have some time after we hear their stories of success to have you all share and think about this approach together and the dreams that you have for implementing, whether you're at the beginning stages of thinking about this approach or you're implementing and ready to continuously improve. So that's how we're going to spend the next hour and a half. In between that, Lisa's going to set the stage so that we are all on the same page about how do we define this approach and what are we talking about when we say using grants and contracts for direct services, so that we all can call an apple an apple. So she's going to set some stage for us before we move on to our state sharing. But I know that you all came here because implementing contracts and grants for direct services is the top of your bucket list, right? I know it's what you've been dreaming about wanting to do. So we think and know that you're going to lean into your partnerships and relationships to make this a success. So before we get started, we thought that's on your bucket list. If you would introduce yourself to your peers at your table, and you're going to share 3 simple things. Actually 4, I lied. Your name, your role, the state or territory you're with, and then share something. What is on your personal bucket list? Just a personal bucket list item to get to know your peers a little bit better. So we'll give you about 10 minutes to do that, and then we'll bring us back together. Thanks, everybody. All right. Well, hopefully you learned something new about a team member and their bucket list item. And maybe even better, icing on the cake is if you met a new friend and learned something new about them or a bucket list item that they have. And I'm sure that you said implementing contracts and grants was the top of the bucket list, right? Yeah, I'm sure it was at the top. So just to clarify, we're going to have a lot more time for peer learning and sharing after our panelists share, our discussants share today. And we just wanted to reiterate this is peer sharing and learning all the lessons, all the dreams that you have about this approach. And we do realize and just want to be sensitive to that policy questions may come. You may have specific questions about the policy nuances of supporting this approach in your states and territories. And while we're not going to specifically address policy questions today and answer those, we will collect those policy and be listening for those policy questions and pass them on to the Office of Child Care Policy staff to address. So just want you to know that your voice is heard, your questions will be heard, they will be collected and shared on. So, all right. So thank you. I'm going to pass it over to Elisa Gazmini, who's going to set the stage for us to talk a little bit more about this approach, implementing contracts and grants. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. It's so good to be here with you guys once again, and I recognize many faces from regional meetings that I've been at, and I am glad we're continuing on this journey together. So I just want to set the stage just a little bit and remind us of this requirement. So this is a requirement to do some grants or contracts for infants and toddlers, some grants or contracts for children with special needs, and some grants or contracts for children in underserved geographic areas. So the requirement is that you address all three of those specific population groups in your grants or contracts. The requirement also is that the grant or contract must include direct service slots. Now, there are a couple of areas where you have some flexibility, and one of those is in the some grants or contracts, right? OCC is not defining some, so you have some flexibility there, right? And that you may contract directly with child care providers, or you can contract with a partner agency that contracts directly with providers. So we want to, those are the basic requirements, so we wanted to, and a couple of areas with a little flexibility, so we wanted to just highlight those before we get started today. And I'm looking forward to hearing everyone, and particularly our speakers. So I'm going to pass it back to Holly to introduce our first speaker.
All right. Thanks, Elisa, for setting the stage for us. So we're really excited for you to hear from Roberto and Elizabeth. And first, we're going to introduce Elizabeth. She is the CCDF Policy Analyst with the Oregon Department of Early Learning and Care. And Elizabeth is going to talk about Oregon's success implementing this important initiative. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Hi, thank you, everybody, and good afternoon. I hope everybody had a great lunch. So I'm going to just set expectations here. Contracts are definitely not my specialty, but I did a lot of work in the last week or so since we were invited to speak. Oregon does contracts really well. I am not the contract expert, but I know as much as I was able to get in the past week about how we administer our grants and contracts. But if you have really complex questions, it might be something where I say, find me later and give me your email address so we can get back to you. Oregon currently has 3 different types of contracted care that we administer. We do teen parent contracts that we do with school districts. We have our Head Start and Early Head Start contracts, which is mostly what I'll talk about today. And we have a pilot program called Baby Promise for infant and toddler contracts. And it's a long-running pilot. I think we're in our 4th year is what we just determined. So we're looking at turning that pilot into a permanent policy, hopefully pretty soon. But Head Start and Early Head Start contracts is really what we're going to focus on. And they wanted me to say, this is still an open policy question, so it's not 100% sure but it seems like our contracts with Head Start and Early Head Start will actually meet each of the requirements because Early Head Start serves infants and toddlers. We contract with Head Starts in different regions of our states that are definitely underserved geographic areas, and Head Start and Early Head Starts each require that 10% of their enrolled children qualify for disability services under IDEA. So they prioritize serving children with disabilities. So we're still waiting for a 100% yes from policy, but it's leaning towards we meet all of those through Head Start and Early Head Start. So our contracts with Head Start and Early Head Start we've had for quite a while now, and we currently are contracted with 3 different Head Start regions within our state. Our contracts are all 1 year. We are looking at making them 2-year contracts. We're looking at some ways to kind of sweeten our contracts over the next coming years. As our child care subsidy program over the last few years, the eligibility criteria has really expanded, and it means that the contracts aren't quite as desirable as they used to be because just using subsidy without a contract has become more and more desirable, which is a good thing, but it means we have more work to do to make sure that our contracted care is still something that people want to participate in. Currently, through Head Start and Early Head Start, we are serving 58 children through contracts in the 3 regions. Some of our contract requirements are that parents must work 25 hours a week and that their working hours must overlap with the Head Start hours or the Early Head Start and when they're open, so that they make sure that it's a good fit and that that family is going to be using the services. There is an attendance requirement built into our Head Start contracts. Head Start itself also has attendance requirements, so children are required to attend 136 hours, and each month the Head Starts report attendance to the Department of Early Learning and Care. But part of our contract is that we pay the maximum rate for each child who has contracted care. And I asked about program integrity and what happens when their attendance dips. And if their attendance dips below what it's supposed to be for more than 2 months, there'll be a conversation that's had. But in all the years that we've been administering Head Start and Early Head Start contracts, Regina thinks we've only ever cut off like 2 different families that we had to end a contract with. So they're really good at meeting the attendance requirement and working. Head Start works really well with their families to make sure that they meet that requirement. And one of the things that we talked about is some people have asked how we can use both CCDF funds and Head Start funds basically to pay for the same child for the same slot. And one of the things is that those 2 programs fundamentally have different goals. The CCDF goal is to help low-income families access childcare so they can work or attend education or a qualifying activity. And Head Start is designed to promote school readiness and enhance the social and cognitive development of children through all their educational, health, nutrition, and social services. So the funds combine together to make a super amazing and well-rounded childcare experience. And so that is why we contract with them, and it's a great thing. And that is really my whole presentation, but I am happy to take a bunch of questions and more details.
Questions for Elizabeth?
Yes, in the front, Lisa. Right here. Oh. That was great.
Hi, thanks Elizabeth for explaining how you do it. I'm curious about 2 things. So one, when you're combining funds, are you paying for different hours of the day? So Head Start pays for their hours, and no, you just are able to combine it without there being any concerns from either program?
Yes, as far as I know, we don't worry about the hours. I should mention, so Head Start, especially Head Start, Early Head Start is often full day and full year. Head Starts are not full day, full year in most places. So what we do is we contract with the Head Start, but then our families can choose a secondary provider, and they just need to choose a ERDC, that's what we call our subsidy program, listed provider who meets all the requirements,
and that provider subcontracts with the Head Start. So we pay all of our funds to Head Start, and then for the hours that they don't provide care and the secondary provider does instead when Head Start is closed, Head Start pays the secondary provider as a sub-grantee.
Okay, that's interesting. And then my other question is, are you paying for, I'm trying to figure out how this works with slots, right? So are you paying for a certain number of slots for them that, and if a child is no longer there, you're able to continue paying for that slot until it's refilled, or how does that work?
We do, like, we start out the contract year with a certain number of slots for each region that they believe that they can fill. I don't believe we're paying for unfilled slots, so if they don't fill their slots, we don't pay for that. But it's not usually a big struggle for Head Starts, and especially early Head Starts for infants and toddlers to fill their slots.
So you should have a waiting list. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just piggyback on some of those questions. Are the children that you're serving through the contract with Head Start only Head Start eligible kids?
They are Head Start eligible kids, but they also have to be CCDF eligible kids, so yes, they're
So
both.
they have to meet both eligibility? So, did you expand slots within the classroom, or did they create another classroom?
That I don't know. That's too far back. That's one of those questions I can take back. I haven't been around long enough to know what we did when we first started our Head Start contracts.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, from Montana's perspective, so what's the difference, again, our number one question with the grants and contracts, what's the difference from your subsidy program? If they're CCDF eligible, other than using the contract to protect the dual federal funding concept, what's really the difference in the contract versus your regular subsidy?
There's a couple of things. One, we pay at the maximum rate, and the requirement's only 136 hours a month, and our full-time slots are really 215 hours a month, but we're gonna pay max rate so they don't have to bill by the hour. And even when their attendance does dip a little bit, we're still paying maximum rate. It's only if the attendance is consistently low that we're gonna get into whether or not they're still a good fit for their contracted slot. And we used to, when Head Start contracts first started, Oregon had one of the worst or the highest copays in the 50 states. We now have one of the lowest, but copays are waived for our Head Start contracted slot families. It's still pretty cool, but it used to be a really big deal when your copays were $700 a month and instead it was $0. That was a pretty big, exciting part. Another thing right now that is super important for our contracted slots is Oregon currently has a wait list. So we are a pretty good sized wait list at the moment. Our contracted slots can bypass that. So if you can find a Head Start that we contract with and get into one of their slots, you can receive our ERDC funding because you bypass the wait list. And that right now is the biggest draw for contracted slots.
Anybody else? Oops.
So one of the goals is to have a stabilizing effect on the industry. Have you found that with any or all of the 3 areas where you're contracting?
I would say our stabilizing effect comes especially from the baby promise ones that we do, those infant and toddler ones. Those are in 3 different areas of Oregon right now for the pilot. And so to really stabilize high quality infant and toddler care, which of course we all know is the hardest for providers to keep open because it's really hard to make a profit when you're serving infants and toddlers, that's where we've noticed it the most, and that's been a significant increase and something that we are looking at expanding once we're able to.
All right, I'm going to throw this back to Shonda. And Shonda, would you introduce yourself and then our next speaker?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shonda Lauro. I am the Regional Program Manager for the Office of Child Care in Region 2, which is located in New York City. And it's my pleasure to introduce the CCDF Administrator for the Puerto Rico, which is one of the 2 territories in Region 2. Roberto Pagan, he is coming from Akutan, which is under the Department of Family in Puerto Rico. He's the administrator of the largest territory child care program out of the 5 territories that we have. And they've been using grants and contracts for quite some time. So I did ask him if he would take some time and kind of share his experience using grants and contracts over the past few years from a territory perspective and what that experience has been like. So, again, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Roberto Pagan.
Thank you, Shonda, and all the Region team too for the opportunity. Hello to everyone. This is a high-level conversation, 10,000 feet in the air. But I have the expectative that's help to the states and the other lead agencies to encourage to use the grants and contract process. Puerto Rico has over 10 years of experience making the delegate the funds in the grants or delegate funds, and that ensures 2 things that are very important. The first, this brings the opportunity to improve the quality services. And the second, to brings a good supply of chain of services in the vulnerability areas or the search services area. That's very important to us in Puerto Rico because we run up assessment for the identified needs in our different municipalities in the island, and that's validate the needs of the contracts and the grants to support that area and ensure the services for the families. I want to divide this conversation in 5 parts. The first, the benefits and challenges in the process. One of the advantages in this system is the prospective payments. We pay quarterly, and that is very important to all the providers because it brings the opportunity to have stabilization the system or the services. The second, that this process of grants and contracts allow establish a fair and more attractive salaries for staff and the accurate of better materials, equipment, light improvements, and other needs that our providers have. With the right controls and the place, we can drive a series of initiatives that develop a good ecosystem of services and provide the opportunity to funding to be or make a funding leverage in a correct and safe way. And a good example of this is the early Head Start and Childcare partnership that we have in Puerto Rico. And we made it through grants and contracts because this system brings the opportunity to define the service of area, define the use of funds, and brings the guarantees to be more effective in the integrity of the program. Some of the challenges that we have or we work in the cycle of services is that the grants create a little bit of bureaucracy, and we need to be ready with our team, and we need to take the knowledge that it's a challenge in the process, and we need to put all the tools in the table for our staff, our legal team, to run the process in the way of efficient and effective. Other of the challenges that we maybe have in the process is to need and build an internal capacity building within the agencies to able to execute the process of the grants with efficiency. The other challenge is a normal way in our jobs, and I'm very sure that you have the same challenges, is the continuous capacity building with our partners, with our peers, with all our providers, but it's very important to do that very frequently because all the providers need technical assistance very frequently. And that is very important part in the grants and contract process because they need amendment, they need submit change in the contracts, and that need an exercise to reviewing, to take a conversation with the providers and make the legal job in our legal team to implement that changes. The second is the process for awarding the grant. It's very important. Puerto Rico do this in the way to have a lot of transparency. And the process begins with a public notice in a social media and print media like a RFP. We publish a guide to all our providers use that to submit the request of the funds or the grant. The next step in this process is a general training that we offer to all our providers annually, and that is a compulsory training that brings the opportunity to review all the programmatic and fiscal areas that we offer in the grants and delegate funds process. The other part, after we provide the training, is the submit the proposals, and we have a multi-phased team that evaluate the proposals of all our providers in a programmatic and fiscal perspective. Then the proposals are approved or denied or approved with conditions, and we use that process to take a seat with our providers to explain the proposal that we received, to explain that the funds we approve or denegate or request some change, and when we finish that part, we are ready to sign the contract. The contract is very important because it's a safe way to use funds, because in Puerto Rico, the state law says that a contract, a signed contract is the law for the parts, and we can ensure that we put the requirements, the responsibilities, the integrity process, and we can define all that matters that are very important to the program integrity and compliance. The third part that I want to discuss with you is the contract itself, that have various of clauses. It is a large contract. We can provide a draft. We have one draft in English, and we can provide for all the states and lead agencies that want to review it. Maybe the TA or Region 2 can provide that contract. But some of the clauses that is very important, we have a 1-year contract. We renew every year in a competitive process. In the contract, one of the most important clauses is the assignment of the enrollment, the allocation of the funds, provision mandated by state and federal laws. That is very important to ensure that accomplished. Intervention and monitoring procedures that are very important too. Reporting processes, delegation of provider responsibilities and duties. That is one of the advantage of the delegate funds uses contracts, because they are being explained in the contract, and we can ensure that all the providers take that goals. Finally, in this part, the mandatory procedures determined by a leading agency and public policy, and I want to explain that. We are implement a different initiative and projects, and we can ensure that all our providers participate and be part of our initiative, because we put that in the contracts. Quality activities, professional development activities, and others that are very important to ensure quality services. The fourth part is the very important, is the monitoring of the fund awarded. The contracts brings the opportunity to, we send the contracts to all our regions. Puerto Rico have 10 regions, one central office and 10 regions to improve our services and bring service to the families. When we sign a contract, we send that contract to the region that is the provider, and the region ensure the enrollment, make the process to eligibility, and ensure that we use the slots for the families, and guarantee that the accountability process to ensure that we use that space or slot for bring services to families. The providers receive frequent visits from health and safety, fiscal, monitoring, and other areas of the program. That is other important part to ensure the accomplishment of the regulations and the rules. And we can make a correction plan and intervention process that we agree in the contracts. That is very important, and our regions do that too. The fifth part and the final, maybe is key resources that I recommend to take knowledge for ensure a good process of grants and contract, efficient. The first is taking ongoing education and technical assistance to the providers and your team. The second is work in a culture of accountability. That is very important to develop the vision and the way to do the things in a correct way and in accordance with the regulations. But it's very important because the contracts put a lot of work in our table. We manage a lot of documents, a lot of process, and it's very important to achieve that culture of accountability and high performance in our components of the administrative part of the agency. We need a legal team in the agency with the capacity to handle the high volume of contract. That is other important part. And finally, the use of technology. Puerto Rico right now is using various platforms and gadgets that brings the opportunity to be more efficient or more fast in the process. We use technology to streamline the process, and a good example of this is the digital signatures. That is a very important step because we can send the contracts in the online, and we sign that online way too, and this cut 1 week or 2 weeks of work. That's very important. Very important. Other platforms are to evaluate to submit and evaluate the proposals and assign the grants. Other technology that we are using right now is a fiscal monitoring and operational procedures platform that provides us the opportunity to take samples of the fiscal areas in the providers and that be more agile to the integrity program process. Well, this is all of my my presentation, and thank you for the opportunity.
That was wonderful. Thank you. Questions? Questions? While you're thinking, I'm going to, oh, there's one over there. Great.
Similar to the first question with slots, are there empty, do any of the slots sit empty? I know you pay quarterly and prospectively. Are you monitoring whether those slots were filled at the end of that quarter? And then are there adjustments if there's a percentage that they weren't filled?
Yes, that is the process. We pay prospectively. We're monitoring the slots quarterly, and on the final of the quarter, we made the adjustment. We send an invoice to the center to request the money back, that the space that don't use. But this is very important change in the new rule because we are working to change the assistant for enrollment, and that's bring other capacities and other way to do it. And we are working right now to define the new process. But in the past, that are the process. Our regional office are working together with the providers, and in the final of the quarter, see the numbers and take the conversation to send the invoice or the reasons that the provider don't use the slots.
Just to follow up, is there a current threshold for the percentage that slot has set empty? And do you have a threshold that you're looking for to the future?
Yes. When the providers start the new process to renew all the grants, we use the radiography of the past year to make that adjustment and ensure that we are using the funds in the best way and put the money in other providers that we need them.
Since you've been doing this for a while, about how many contracts do you currently have in place?
Okay, Puerto Rico have the 45% of our services is through contracts. We have 97 entities right now and 107 providers in the contracts.
Within those contracts, how many families does that constitute?
Is a ballpark figure of 5,000 kids.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, welcome.
I loved how you started and you said that you began this by doing a needs assessment, right? That you really take a look at where you need grants and contracts. Do you update that needs assessment?
Yes, first, in all our providers in the proposal that they need to submit to us, they need to attach a community assessment. That is very important because that justifies the services. And second, us at lead agency, in the past 6 months, we made other state assessment that take the 78 municipalities in Puerto Rico with a special needs assessment, and that's provide us the opportunity to look the challenges, the opportunities, and we build up GIS tool. It's a map, digital map, and we have the cities, the municipalities, and all the ledgers of the demographic changes, and that's bring us the opportunity to take better decisions and identify where are the children and the kids and the families that needs the services. We implement this in the past months, and this is very, very important.
That's great. There's a mapping session, I think, next session. Anyone else with a question?
With your community needs assessment that's required from providers, can you share a little bit about what you require them to provide with that? I'm just curious how in depth they are required to go. I know we hear from a lot of well, I guess one thing we've learned from a lot of our providers in Texas is just kind of a lack of acumen for that type of thing, and so I'm curious, like, how in depth does it need to be for them?
Well, it's in the simple way. They need to identify their communities. They identify the quantity of family that they have, the quantity of children that they have in the community, and the need that they have, special needs, after school, and other services that maybe is an opportunity to serve. And with that information, they submit the proposal, and that community study support the funding request. That is a very simple process. Some providers that have the capacity pay for a third party that made that study in the scientific or evidence-based. Other providers are more easy and put his staff to walking in the communities and knock at the doors. We have different ways to do that. But the important is all the money that we put in the providers are based in a community study. That is very important.
Anybody else? Okay, let's give these presenters a big round of applause. All right, now we're going to move to a time for you to spend at your tables. And again, if you want to, move to another table. Make sure there are plenty of people around from different states that you can talk with and share your discussions with. There should be in the middle of the tables, but we only put them on the front tables. So if you're in the back, you may need to move up front. But these are the discussion questions that we'd really like you to think about. What requirements are important for your lead agency to include in contracted slots? You heard from them. They include some of the guidelines about how long a slot sits empty. They have specific performance standards. They have quality included in theirs. So what are some things you want to include? And do you have to overcome any legislative or statutory barriers? If so, have you overcome those barriers in the past? What was needed? What partners were helpful? And then how will you involve your team in understanding and developing an innovative plan? Another one is, what are your primary program integrity concerns, and how might you address them? Again, next session, there's a program integrity session. How might grants and contracts align with your system goals? What are your desired outcomes, and how can contracts or grants fit in that? And who are your best partners for using grants or contracts? Who are the unusual or less obvious ones that you might want to include? So we're going to take a few minutes to let you talk about these discussion questions. Everyone, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, and then we're going to come back together for just a little bit.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and bring us back together in the last 15 minutes. We would love to hear from you specifically regarding any ahas or key takeaways that you had, something you're excited to try, or a lingering question you might have that you'd like to see if someone in the room can answer about peer sharing. Or any answers. We like answers too, if you've got answers. Anybody have anything to share? An aha, a cause to pause? Okay.
I think we're like, Puerto Rico was talking, and I'm Tyrese Nicholas, the Deputy Commissioner for Family Access and Engagement for Massachusetts. I oversee our Child Care Financial Assistance, our Head Start State Collab Office, and our Office of Family and Community Supports. In Massachusetts, we are one of the states that do contracts. We actually are in the active procurement to re-procure our contracts, but they haven't been re-procured in 15 years. So our providers have been very comfortable. But in a good way. We currently have over 20,000 seats in our contracts, and we serve priority populations of young parents, families that are receiving child protective services, and as well as families experiencing homelessness, and then our income eligible families. So that's anyone who's eligible for subsidy. We have one system. Our state and federal funds are together, and so it makes it pretty easy for us to follow the same eligibility because it's just one child care financial assistance system. What I had one question, and then I can share additional if people have questions for me. Puerto Rico says that they were paying quarterly, and they were also working with Head Start. We were told that we may not be meeting the requirement for children with disabilities. So I'm wondering if they can give me some information on how they work directly with the Head Start to do that. Through our contracts, we do have a number of Head Start programs that are also our contracted providers. So I'm hoping we might be able to meet that requirement through them. For our state, I just wanted to share, if you need information on what a procurement looks like what does the RFR look like, we can share that information with you. We have all the information. We did a lot of engagement sessions. We currently have 149 providers, just separate organizations across the state. We're requiring through our contracts that they provide childcare services, financial assistance services, which is eligibility. They have to do eligibility. The family services, which is you have to talk to the family, meet with the family, get to know with them, and help them coordinate. And childcare services, you must provide extended hours and be able to support your staff. And some other requirements there. And then we require state and partner agency coordination. We also have some key performance indicators that are outlined for them, and we ask them to commit to work with us as partners as we're modernizing our childcare financial assistance system. And so we're like, hey, work with us, we're gonna work with you, and we'll do it in collaboration together. The purpose of our contracts is to expand capacity and provide high quality seats for infants and toddlers and in deserts and in high poverty areas, and to meet the needs of our most vulnerable populations.
So now you have Oregon, you have Puerto Rico, and you have Massachusetts with resources. So you can ask your regional office about those.
Hi, I'm Christy with South Carolina. Just need a point of clarification. In our regional meeting, as we're sitting here talking about the logistics of rolling out contracted slots, I do believe one of the regional meetings, it was said that if a child occupied a contracted slot and then left that slot, that they had to still remain eligible for CCDF and then be able to transfer that slot. I just need clarification if that's still the case.
We can certainly write that question down and take back. And yes, Elizabeth, do you want to talk about how you, okay, we've got Oregon who's going to share how she addresses that there.
Okay, I'm certainly not going to answer that as a policy question with a yes or a no, because I don't work for policy. But the way that we deal with that is that our children are eligible through our subsidy program first. So they go through our ERDC eligibility process, and then they're put into a contracted slot, because especially with the contracts I talked about last, our baby promise ones, it's a pilot and it's only in 3 regions. So they might have a baby promise contracted slot, but if they move out of that region, they can no longer access baby promise. They still have regular subsidy eligibility behind it to fall back on so that they hit the 12 months of subsidy eligibility. Because even though I can't say yes or no to a policy, I can tell you we had a monitoring finding that said we were out of compliance with 12 months eligibility in our contracted slots before we switched to that model.
I was just going to share too what we do in Texas with that, and we don't offer it widely. We had a pilot. We don't currently have any contracts, but our policy there is that yes, like as soon, if they leave that slot for whatever reason during their 12-month authorization, then they switch over to voucher. Because you also, especially when we're talking about infant and toddlers, children age out. And that child, we're not gonna say that child's no longer authorized just because they turned 3. So that's the way we handle it.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yes.
Another question.
So going back to Oregon, you have a wait list. So if that does happen, where they leave that baby first, then they're eligible for subsidy. So are they subject to the wait list, or are they automatically going
They're
into
not,
service?
because they're already in the middle of their authorization period. So even though they leave the reason why they bypassed the wait list, once they bypassed it, they've bypassed it. And with our current wait list policies, as long as you keep renewing your subsidy timely, you'll continue to bypass the wait list. So they're, right now, they can stay on subsidy as long as they continue to be eligible.
We have a wait list as well, but we handle it the same because the program is, you're coming in, your eligibility is through just our Child Care Financial Assistance Program. You just switch over to a voucher, and as long as you're eligible, you're eligible. We don't put families back on the wait list unless they happen to like lose their eligibility, and then they would come back on. But we define continuity of care in Massachusetts as any child that was receiving some kind of subsidy. And so if you were in a Head Start program and you were receiving a subsidy and you're now leaving that Head Start program, we would prioritize them, right? And we would give them a voucher. So we're working on ensuring like that everyone is honoring that space, because no one wants to be on the wait list. We currently have over 20,000 children on the wait list, and it doesn't even mean that all those children are actually eligible. So we're like moving to change our wait list to an actual placement list. And I want to add that our families who are like coming through protective services, they don't have to they're not on our wait list, and neither are our families that are TANF families.
So I had a follow-up question about the baby promise. So you said they kind of come through the front door of eligibility, they're found eligible, and then I'm sorry, I'm over here. I'm right here. So they're found eligible. Are they like, what decides whether they're on the contracted slot path or just the regular voucher path?
We talked about that a little bit at the table, and it depends on which contracts we're looking at. But so with Baby Promise, it's regional, and it goes through our child care resource and referral centers. So if you go to your CCR&Rs and find Child Care Oregon and the different ways that people look for child care providers, and somebody says, hey, we have Baby Promise slots open at our facility, the CCR&R would say, first, go to Oregon Department of Human Services. Make sure you're ERDC eligible. If you are, come back and tell me you are, and we'll put you in a Baby Promise slot, because they have like the ability to view eligibility. They can't do anything with it, but they can see once a family becomes eligible through our system. And so that's how Baby Promise families, they work with their child care resource and referrals to find those contracted slots. Head Start is, you would apply for Head Start and do the whole Head Start application process just like anybody else would. The Head Starts themselves that we have contracts with are going to determine whether or not the families might be a good fit for a Head Start contract, because they know what our contract requirements are. Like, a family needs to be working 25 hours a week, their work hours need to align with their program hours, things like that. And then there's basically a little checklist that the Head Start fills out and gives it to the family, and the family gives it to their DHS worker. And then through our system, they go through this screen in the eligibility system called a good fit screen, and as long as they're a good fit for a Head Start contract, then they can join that contracted slot. So Head Start does most of that work for us, determining if somebody really fits well.
I think we have one more time. Yeah, we have more time.
I have two questions. One's a policy question, so I'm hoping some of our OCC policy folks are in here. We've talked about, there is some natural turnover of children and families and programs. In order to create stability for child care providers, to help them build the supply of, say, infant and toddler care, we'd like to be able to pay providers if they have, say 1 or 2 empty months while they're recruiting a new child or new family. We are wondering if there is no child served, but the provider is paid for however many empty months, whether that can be direct service dollars or whether that needs to count as quality dollars. So could those be direct service dollars if the provider is simply holding the spot for the next family? So that's one question that I know you probably can't answer right now, but would love it if you could note it for the policy team. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. The second question is for my fellow states. One of the things we're thinking about with infant and toddler care is we hear from families that are eligible for subsidy that it is difficult for them to get a spot. We know it's difficult for most new parents to get a spot for their infant, but they cannot afford to put down a deposit to hold their spot the way private pay families do. So we pay, our subsidy program's a little bit different in Wisconsin. We pay the family on a card, the family pays the provider. So the challenges for these families that qualify for subsidy, they don't necessarily have the funds to pay a down payment. I'm wondering if there are any states that do any sort of prenatal hold for families that qualify for subsidy to reserve an infant spot that they know they'll need in a couple of months, say. So just wondering if any other states have considered that.
Any other states? I know we talked about this morning, Josh, in Montana.
Montana has entertained that concept. We're looking at the third trimester at the starting point because what we're realizing is that once the birth happens, those slots get taken very fast. In desert, so that was our initial when we were directed that this activity was going to happen because then we can actually list them in the system as Baby Jones, and then we actually have something that goes through that. The contract will give us the support to make sure there's check-ins to allow that provider to be compensated almost to the full rate without even the copay potentially. But again, going through the family eligibility, because we know that new one's going to add a new number, so they'll get that full determination and then start that case. So Montana's really working aggressively to try to look to start in that prenatal third trimester and actually going all the way out to eligibility out to 5 months after birth to maximize that capability. Yep. So the thought process, me being the fiscal guy, is reminding that we have to have a greater propensity of attendance. Since we do 12-month eligibility, the birth happens, the eligibility is officially determined at that point, and because 7 months will actually be in care. So that way we can actually use that with our audit side is the fact that that 12-month eligibility was actually in childcare attendance, and so getting that all the way out to the 5-month mark, because you never know when that family is actually going to transition into care. But I can discuss with my auditor, yes, they were actually in care greater than half of that year.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, wonderful. We thank you so much. We are at time. Thank you so much for coming to talk about how to strengthen the quality access and supply of childcare using this really important approach. And I'm not sure you have a lot with your STAM planning happy hour tool to take back. Noted the names of states and territories. We just thank you for having these conversations. A huge debt of gratitude to Roberto in Puerto Rico, Elizabeth in Oregon, and all of you for coming to have this wonderful, honest conversation with each other. And we wish you well. Thank you for your time. Thanks.
talking to? In our hometown, it's got a ghost now. What I think of our past is so now. What know about me, about me? What know about me, about me? In our home, it's got a ghost now. What know about me, so now. What mental purgatory, in our home, what I think of our past, it's got a ghost now. What you know about me, about me? What you know about me, got a ghost now. What you know about me, now. What you know about me, what I'm going through. Mental purgatory, you got me talking to. In our hometown, it's got a ghost now. What I think of our past is so now.
she's got somebody to take the notes. Or do you mind? Good afternoon, everybody. Blast myself out of the chair. So as part of this presentation, we had hoped to do some tabletop discussions. I know we have like kind of split out, but if you feel up to it and you want to move to another table so you have somebody that you can speak with about some of the topics that we're going to discuss, that might be better.
Don't move, you're good.
And we might get out early.
That's right.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. My name is Sharon Oakes. I'm the fiscal subject matter expert with NICSIA, the National Center on Subsidy Innovation and Accountability. And I have with me Julie Ingersoll. Go ahead, tell me who you are.
Thank you, Sharon. Hi, I'm Julie Ingersoll. I am also with the Subsidy Center. I support the equal access efforts and specifically have a focus on the payment practices. And I'm looking for some faces that have been at the regional meetings and now at STAM. And I'm starting to feel like that, you know, that uncle at every family reunion that keeps following you into every room you go into. So I'm sorry for those of you that have been on this tour with me. We're going to do this one more time together, and then hopefully this will be the last you have to hear my voice for a little while.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get started. So we just want to get a feel of who's in the room today. Do we have, how many states do we have in here? Anybody here for the state?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I can't see anybody in the background. Okay, so we have a few states in here. Okay. And then CCDF administrators. Perfect. And then we have some OCC staff. Okay. And let's see, who else do we have?
Fiscal.
Fiscal staff? Program staff? Hey, okay. All right.
Next time, we're going to give you just colored little hats, and then we'll just
Okay,
know
just
who's
wait.
an administrator, who's in fiscal. We won't have to ask you this in every session.
That's right. So we really just wanted to, we thought that this was an appropriate proverb for what we're going to be discussing today, and it's all about fiscal planning and the process that you go through to conduct your planning. And then we thought, you know, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. And that's pretty much where we are planning today for how we're going to manage our new CCDF dollars and the new rules going forward. Okay, so for the agenda, we have our introductions, objectives, the fiscal considerations of the 2024 CCDF rule, and tips for developing a plan of action, as well as some tabletop discussion. We're hoping that we can get some of the states to share what, you know, their process is and how they've begun to think about what's coming next. And we also want to share with you some tools to help with your fiscal planning. NICSIA does have a budget calculator and a state median income federal poverty guidelines calculator as well. And then we're going to talk about maximizing funding. And we'll go back over our objectives again so everybody can see them, and then we'll have some resources for you.
Just a reminder that I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the very important action planning tool that you've all been either taking notes on or on your own action planning templates that you've already probably started back in your home office. And again, I know Tricia's going to want me to say, remember to use the QR code if you have any particular requests for TA, and we'll move those through the TA request process. So without further ado, our objectives today are we simply want to share tips for developing a plan. This is really focused on fiscal impacts and how to plan and prepare for those. We're going to, of course, encourage you all to share what are practices you're doing, what are those things that are keeping you up at night, what are some really cool, effective strategies you've come up with in the planning process, in cost projecting, in messaging around the cost impacts of the new, not just the new requirements, but frankly, anything that you're still making improvements on from the prior rules, or just improvements you're making within your system. And we're going to, as Sharon said, demonstrate a couple of tools that if you aren't familiar with them, I think can really help you back, once you're back in your offices, get to some of these cost projections and do help you with some of that messaging. How many folks were in fiscal fundamentals this morning? Very, very early with your Egg McMuffin? Okay, there'll be some of this that will feel a little redundant, but hopefully we're going to go just a little bit deeper into some of these pieces and give you a little more smaller group even to ask some of your additional questions in. All right, we're going to just take a few real brief. I'm going to be hopefully the least that you'll listen to today, but just real briefly, I'm just going to do a quick reset of some of the key 2024 CCDF rule changes that we're going to be grappling with today and in the months to come. As you guys all know better than me, the 2024 changes were meant to help working families afford childcare, and of course we want to more broadly support accessibility and quality improvement efforts. In the time we have today, we're going to try to discuss some of those fiscal considerations that are affecting you now. Frankly, I know as you've been working on submitted your plans, you've got your short lists of where you're still going to need waivers, where you're still making improvements. So that's what we hope the tips and tools will help you when you're in those stages. Today, whenever I'm talking, I'm probably going to use the word subsidy because that's the term I grew up with in my state in Iowa with CCDF, but I know you all call it different things: scholarships, vouchers, certificates. So just beg your indulgence because I'm getting older and it's hard for me to change terms, so I'm going to stay with subsidy. The first, just quick recap, we're just going to quickly just reset everybody on the required and the flexibility, and I know you know these, but just kind of a reminder. The 7% copay cap and the waiving of copays. The required element is the 7% cap, and that's a very solid support for families, as you all well know, but you also know it may take additional funding if you're going to help to cover the costs of that, depending on where you set it. And I always like to remind folks that that is a 7% maximum. It's not where you have to set, because I've heard through the regional meetings, some folks reference, I have to set it at 7%. You don't. That's just the maximum where you can set it. And of course, wherever you adjust that up or down, there's a fiscal behind that. The flexibility part is where you waive your co-payments. And as you all know, you get to declare in your plan the populations that you are waiving for. There was the new encouragement around families that are under 150% of federal poverty guidelines, families who are experiencing homelessness, families who have their children enrolled in Head Start, Early Head Start, happen to be in need of foster care or protective child care, protective services, children with disabilities, and then of course I always love the catch-all because I'm a creative writer. So I love to have the other opportunities, the ones that you all just get to identify the criteria for yourselves. And you all know that you get to identify those criteria, you just can't waive copays for everyone. And I always remind folks that, and I think Megan did in her remarks earlier this week, that established copay that you set for families can't not have a negative impact on what the provider's overall payment is. It can't just be, that's not your budget offset. Next one is improving payment practices, the prospective payments to providers, which we spent some time yesterday talking about. As you all know, that's issuing the payment to the provider in advance of or at the beginning of the service period. Because of that policy, you may need to think differently about how you're budgeting for that throughout the year, in particular, how you're going to front load those first months of payments. I know from some conversations that I had the opportunity to be a part of in regional meetings, some of you are struggling with the fact that you don't have carry forward provisions in your statute. So that ability to anticipate that money coming from the prior fiscal year is causing some consternation for a number of folks. The flexibility you have in also improving payment practices is paying more than that private rate. paying the full subsidy rate, even if it exceeds the provider's private rate. There is going to be a resource that can help you with messaging on that, that if it's not yet posted on the TA website, it will be coming soon. If you're unfamiliar with some of those access points, just reach out to your state system specialist, your other TA supports, your regional office staff, and they can help with that. Of course, we all know we now have the requirement, it's no longer an option, to delink those provider payments from a child's occasional absence in the strategy of paying based on enrollment, not factoring absences into that payment. In some circumstances, depending on where your costs have been, the number of how flexible your attendance policies have been, where your data shows child absences have been occurring, you may have some increased costs on that as you compare what your previous costs were under an attendance-based system to what it will now be under the enrollment-based system. We do have some resources, I know it feels like we're constantly saying coming soon to a theater near you, but very soon, we hope in the next few weeks, we will have some additional resources out there on the TA website, and that we will move out through the regional offices and the TA teams in your regions that will help to address some of the steps and considerations as you're building out these policies, as you're thinking through all the steps that you need in your policy manuals and your IT systems. The flexibility you have under increasing child care options for families is the presumptive eligibility. Depending on how you slide that policy in at the intersection of prospective and enrollment, you may have some additional costs there as well. We're also making enrollment easier and faster for families. Lead agencies, as you know, are now required to use some grants or contracts to support direct services to populations that have been typically had challenges in securing child care. You know, you have to address that within underserved populations, infants and toddlers, and children with disabilities. You'll perform your own analysis on that for what you need to expand supply and access for these populations, and then that'll help you gauge whether there's going to be an impact on your budget for that. There are some resources out there on CC10 now around grants and contracts, and we'll have more specific to these topics coming out soon. The flexibility provision you have under making enrollment faster and easier is the cross-program eligibility validation. It's optional, but it can certainly make things simpler for both the eligibility workers and your families. While it can help eliminate costs by streamlining your processes, of course, it may also cost you something out of your wallet for some of the IT system changes that you may need. In my work in Iowa, I used to always refer to the three-legged stool of child care, which I always thought was subsidy, licensing, and quality. In thinking in terms of some of those influences on your budget, here's just another visual. I like visuals, it helps me think. It's a triangle. I didn't create this visual, by the way. I don't want to take credit where credit is due, but it is a triangle that can help you just kind of get your head around what are the primary levers, or a few of the kind of the heavy hitter levers that have budgetary impacts. And we know those are where you set eligibility, where you set your copayment amounts, who you waive copays for, your provider rates, where you set those, and then all the payment practices that support equal access. The final rule either encourages or requires you all to make changes to eligibility policies, your copayment levels and your rates, and it includes supporting the true cost of care and paying providers in a manner that reflects generally accepted practices. Each of those carries with it its own fiscal impact. As you're making improvements to your subsidy program, you of course are going to keep in mind the impact adjusting one of those levers can have to other areas of your budget. You all know better than most the push and pull, and that these areas are constantly changing as the priorities shift, not just both from the federal level, but in your own state and territory legislative processes. Each of these can impact other areas of your budget unless you have sufficient funding. I know there's a lot of concern right now as we're seeing some other funding sources sunset, trying to do that adjustment of living within your existing resources. I know many states are working, territories are working really hard to avoid waiting lists if they can. I know some folks are struggling with the reality that they just simply may not be able to avoid that if they're going to meet the new requirements and ultimately improve this system for the children and families we serve. A real life example you're going to have is the new requirement to pay based on enrollment. Is there sufficient funding as you work towards the implementation costs of that? Is it going to have any impact on where you set your family co-pays, for example, as you're trying to figure out those levers and living within your means? Is it going to support or impede any changes you might make to eligibility levels? Will it maybe be a short-term barrier to adopting presumptive eligibility? Those are all the levers and the budget impacts that you all are grappling with. Is it going to necessitate that waiting list? I know that's going to be a really large concern for some of you. So that's just regrounding on what you've been living and breathing these last few months as you've been working on your plans. But I just wanted to kind of set the stage with that before I turn it over to Sharon, who's going to talk about some more of those considerations for planning.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to talk next about some tips for developing a plan of action. And we've been in sessions earlier today and over the STAM that we've heard through some of our lead agencies that there are parts of the rule that they are either ready to implement or have already implemented, while there are other areas that need additional support or funding. So in this next section, we are going to talk about how to engage your partners and find your champions that help you maximize your funding and support, and then as well as show you some tools that can help with your fiscal planning. Okay, so let's talk about who's at the table. Do you have the right partners at the table? Do you have your internal experts? About your policymakers? Your fiscal staff helping you with your budgets and your projections? Your analysts helping you with your reports and your data? What about program staff who can help you with your policies and procedures as you look at making some of these changes? And most importantly, you probably are going to need some legislative liaison as well, because a lot of you are not going to be able to push through these without taking it to your legislation first. And there are a number of steps in the planning process that need to be taken to achieve full implementation of the CCDF 2024 rule. Some of those may require support from partners, both internally and externally. Some steps such as website updates, IT infrastructure changes, outreach and education, procurement for grants or contracts. These may require engaging these partners as well as additional cost. So it's important to think through whether you have the right partners and champions at the table to make these changes. Okay, so let's define a plan for 2024 CCDF rule changes. Communicate the decision to all of your relevant partners. Make sure that everyone is involved, from team members to stakeholders. They need to know what your chosen course of action is going to be. Set your goals and your expectations. Make sure that you have short-term and long-term goals. And then create that implementation timeline. Outline the sequence of your task and establish deadlines for each of those steps. Once you've met with all of your relevant stakeholders and you decide it's time to implement that plan of action, it's essential to have a clear set of expectations so that your team is aligned with your vision. A well-defined timeline will help in keeping the momentum going and ensure that the desired results are reached within that allotted time frame. And flexibility is crucial to effective decision making. Okay, delegate responsibilities and provide resources. And I will honestly say to you that this was one of the hardest things that I had to do when I worked in the state of Florida at one of their coalitions. It was always, delegate, let's get more people involved. And it was just so difficult for me to give up something. But it's key, it is essential. And once you've done that, you can wipe that off your plate and move on to the next thing. So please, assign tasks to your team members based on their expertise, and then provide the tools and the training that they need to help them succeed. And then you want to monitor your progress and make adjustments as needed. So regularly review your team's progress and be open to making changes if something isn't working. So let's do a little readiness assessment. How far are you into the planning process for funding the 2024 CCDF rule changes? Does anybody want to, we need somebody to step up to the mic, or we'll bring the mic to you, whichever works. Oh, we got help. We got a mic. We got a mic over here. Hey. And then I also want to think about what are changes that we can implement with minimal impact to the budget and quick turnaround? And do you have an implementation timeline for the longer term changes? So who is already in the action of or in actively planning for your changes that you're going to need to implement? So Bellevue's already doing it. Do you want us to come speak?
Unfortunately, the meetings regarding our implementation plan are going on as we speak. So I missed the first one because I was on vacation. The second one I did attend, and so we are also considering, which is my nightmare, a child care wait list. And so our first conversation with our vendor Deloitte was around implementation of a wait list for childcare, which we have never had. And then the third conversation took place yesterday, so I was not able to be there. And then the next conversation is going to be next week, and I'll be in Minnesota next week, so I will also not be there. But my counterpart, who is co-administering the grant with me, she will be, and so she'll be keeping me in the loop. But yes, we have started the conversations. But it was really important for me to be here. I've taken tons of notes, and so I am going to be writing them up, and I'm going to be sharing them, although I'm not going to be at the meetings, but I'm going to be sharing them with my team. And so I wanted to thank this gentleman here because he answered some questions for me that I thought were policy questions, really important, and I know my team is going to have those questions, so I wanted to be able to take something back to them. So that's kind of where we are in Delaware. We have started the conversations regarding a timeline. We are going to be asking for a waiver, for the implementation of the paying prospectively and paying by enrollment, because those are things we are not doing. But we quickly did implement the 7% cap. Because in Delaware we were up to 9%, and so I've gotten those policies written. They've already passed through our APA process, and so they became effective actually July 11th. And so we do have that in place. That was a low-hanging fruit, something easy to do,
right.
And so we were able to get that done rather quickly. So that's kind of where we are in Delaware.
Well, that's good. So one thing that we're learning is that you need to have multiple ways for people to come to that meeting, to that table, either through Teams or through Zoom or in person, but you need to be able to reach people where they are. So Bellevue, you might not be in the room, but you're going to have notes available for your team to share that information. That's great. Okay. So anybody else would like to share where they are in the planning process? So there are some changes that you can implement with minimal impact to your budget. You know you're going to have to get messaging out to your providers. You know you're going to have to get messaging out to your families. So making changes with your website, those are things that you can think about and start working on while you're planning for the longer term requirements that might take more meetings and more people to come to the table on that. It's going to go quickly. Okay, so a clear vision backed by definite plans gives you a tremendous feeling of confidence and personal power. And I did not make that up. That came from Brian Tracy. However, he's very right. It's always good to have a plan when you start to plan. So now that you've sat at the table, you've decided who's going to be there, you've looked at all of your different funding, let's talk about maximizing some of your funding through those partnerships. So we know when you're going to maximize funding, it may not everything is going to line up. So when you're combining funding, there are some key considerations that you're going to want to take into consideration. Do the proper partners already exist with other agencies? And do you have those programs to combine funding? Have you worked on those partnerships already? Have you, you have your TANF, your workforce agencies. Have you worked with them to come up with ways to maximize your funding? Do you have your eligibilities aligned? Is there a difference in what you want to achieve or what your eligibility policies might be compared to somebody like 21st Century? Some of those grants that are available to you. So you're going to want to look and make sure that your eligibilities align. Do the programs or agencies, do they have the authority to transfer or combine funds, either through a budget authority or through an MOU? And then are there shared data systems in place to track funds? Because everybody's going to have to report back to their separate bosses, and they're going to want to know what information is important to them, not necessarily what information is important to you. Okay? Does the, oops, I'm sorry. I went a little bit too fast there. So there are limitations. Federal funds most often cannot be universal as they have income and eligibility restrictions. State funds are typically the most flexible. There may be limited federal funds, as these funds could be dedicated for other purposes. Or program goals, you need to make sure that they align with your available budget. Trying to do two things at once here. Okay, so an effective way to stretch resources and serve additional children and families is combining funds to strengthen those child care. You should understand that what funding streams are available, the techniques that are used to combine those funds, and the regulations and requirements that guide each funding stream. We talked about blending, braiding, and layering funds earlier. And one of the examples that we used at a previous regional meeting was myself and two of my peers were presenting. And we talked about, in plain language, how could we define blending, braiding, and layering. So we thought about, well, we'll go to lunch. So we're going to lunch. And then blending, everybody's just going to throw their cash on the table. We're going to pay for lunch. We don't care about receipts. We're good. Everything's fine. When we're braiding it, everybody throws down a credit card. You split that bill, and you get your receipts, because you're going to have to track that money in your cost allocation. And then for layering, Ann would get the apps, I would get the entrees, you might get the desserts, and then you're still going to, each one of you, pay for a specific thing, but you're still going to need to get those receipts. Okay. So there are different funding sources that are usually combined. Head Start, early Head Start, they can be braided or layered with CCDF funds as long as they do not pay for the same services. So you might have a child who is in early Head Start during their Head Start hours, but then their wraparound hours are covered through CCDF funding. TANF, you can transfer up to 30% of your TANF funds to CCDF, or you can spend your TANF dollars directly on childcare. State funds, you'll have your general fund, your tax dollars, gambling dollars. I heard earlier about the tobacco settlement. There's quite a few different states that have access to different gaming taxes, those type of things. And they're the most flexible because they're up to the discretion of your state. There are other funding sources as well. IDEA Part 3 or Part C is for your 0 to 3-year-olds. You can provide your early intervention services with that. Part B, 3 to 5-year-olds with specialized individualized services that can be delivered in a child care or a pre-K setting. Your food program for children and adults. The SSBG are the most flexible allocations given to states to spend on their social service programs. And then the Title I public school monies. As an example, in Manatee County in the state of Florida, they put children into their they used Title I dollars to have 3-hour program for their pre-K program. The children stayed in that classroom for an additional 3 hours, and they used their Title I funding for that. And then the CCDF dollars were used to pay for their before and after school care. So, different ways to spend and blend those dollars. So, let's talk about flexible funding. What funding sources in your state or territory are the most flexible for use with CCDF? Come on, Montana, I know you got something. And are there funds that are not currently dedicated to child care that can be used? So you're going to want to look at some of those different things, whether it's private sector. I'll give you an example. In Florida, years ago, we had the Child Care Executive Partnership. And that was when we would go and speak to like Home Shopping Network or some of the large J-Bill, some of the larger corporations that were in the state of Florida, and ask them to say, you know, listen, if you want to match and your people are eligible, we can help provide them with child care services. So you'll pay a portion of it and we'll pay a portion of it. As long as they're eligible, they can go to any eligible child care provider. So you want to look at some of those different things. Maybe there's, I think one state was telling us about Tyson Chicken, and they created like 3 or 4 different child care centers close to where they were so that their employees could utilize those services. Does anybody want to share what funding sources you have that you might be using? Okay.
So in Montana, we do use the state special revenue, which is our tobacco settlement. We have some of that flexibility. But our biggest issue right now is that the legislature gave us $7 million for each of the 2 state fiscal years, but they restricted it. So I can only use it for subsidy. Well, if we're trying to grow the program, it makes it a little difficult to actually cover those extra costs because there's an administrative burden. So they gave us general fund, which is definitely on the federal side, very flexible. However, they did restrict it to what we can do with it, that subsidy side. So lots of general fund, but it got restricted.
Okay. Anybody else want to share something? Okay, we're moving right along. I'm going to start slowing it down a little bit because I don't think they'd appreciate it if I let you walk out of here at 3:30 in the afternoon. So I'll just start talking a little bit slower.
Do the tools and then we can ask them some questions.
Sure. So we talked about some of the tools that we have, and we're not going to be able to demonstrate them live for you. But we do have some slides that will show them to you. And we want to make sure that you understand that these are basically a template for you to take a look at, and they're all customizable by lead agency. So we have a budget calculator. There's a customizable budget calculator for state and territory use. It looks at the impact on those eligibility levels that Julie had spoken about earlier, your rates, your payment practices, or your co-pays. And it also looks at, it has been recently approved for looking at payment by enrollment. So how would you calculate, how many children I have? How can I, if I pay by the day and my average rate is $25 per day for an infant, and I'm going to pay for 261 days this year, what is that going to look like? Because I'm not going to be able to, I'm delinking those absences from the enrollment itself, and then delinking that from the payment. And you can always request individualized TA on this. We were able to show it in this morning's presentation, but we did not get it put on this so that you could see it. But the presentation will be done soon enough that we could actually sit down at one of the tables and show it to you live, if you'd like to do that. So it's going to look at one of the spreadsheets looks at the budget summary table, and it asks you to tell us what is your current amount of money that you have, what have you spent already, and that's going to tell us what monies you have available. So if we're going to look at changing rates, there's a method out there for looking at the rates and determining if I increase my rate from the 50th percentile to the 75th percentile, what is that going to do with my budget? There's eligibility level changes. If we're currently allowing people to come in at 85%, but we don't want to start having a wait list, we might have to look at, okay, you can come in up to 60% or 75%. And we have tools that will help you determine what that will do to your budget. The copay rate change is in draft. It will be available sometime after STAM, shortly after STAM once we get it approved. And then the paying by enrollment change is one of the newest tools or worksheets that we've added to it. We also have the state median income federal poverty guidelines calculator tool. And that lets you look at your state median income in comparison to your federal poverty guidelines to make sure that if I'm bringing people in up to 85%, what is that in the federal poverty level? And that is determined, it's set up to do it by state. So you can pull in your information. It will show you what your, as a guidance, it tells you what your family size of 4, what that looks like for the SMI. And then you can use that to make comparisons based on what, for each family size, from family size of 1 up to 12, I believe. And you can look at different income guidelines and federal poverty levels. And that's probably most used when you're looking at either your entry levels or your exit levels for eligibility, or helping you to determine your sliding fee scale. Now I'm going to turn it over to Julie. You are on.
I'm actually going to stand up for a second.
Stand and walk.
Yeah. Every facilitator hopes and pleads to be the last session on the last day of a long week that's been very full, as much as you all just are so eager to see what that last session is going to be. Actually, I'm just going to see if I can get just some additional sharing going, just really kind of at the ground level. No pun intended, because I came down to the ground. Really just want to just hear from you all. I know we're a small group. I know we're all very tired and our brains are really overloaded and our battery cells are low. But when you guys are dealing with this back at home, like right now, you just got your plans in, you're waiting to hear back on that, you're thinking through your waivers. What are the things that are keeping you up? What are the head scratchers in trying to cost these things out? Do you have specific policies that are causing you more challenges than others in thinking through how to cost project the need? Do you have the data that you need to help make these cost projections? We all know that there's going to be money needed for the direct service aspect. That's the given. But are there other challenges, other kind of fiscal speed bumps that you're going to run into because it's about your IT systems, your payment systems, any training or messaging or communication that you're going to need to put some dollars behind? Anything just in the whole gamut of planning and trying to cost these out, and if you're seeking other funds because you don't have enough money and you're trying to avoid the waiting list that Delaware is trying to do, or if you're in a state with the waiting list, you're trying to not add significantly to that. Just kind of just an open session here. The person in the front row, I love it.
Hi, I'm Lisa Zenos from Florida. I think one of our big struggles is that we know in order to implement all these things, the cost is going to be huge. The likelihood of getting additional state revenues put in the short term at least is going to be a hard thing to do. And also we have people not wanting, we know the wait list is going to go up, and we already have a very large wait list in Florida. And so we know the only way we're going to do this is less children are going to be served. And you know, there are very strong opinions that we don't want to serve one less child. And so it's just sort of a struggle of how are we going to do this and please everybody and implement these things.
Messaging is key. Trying to find how can we build up the childcare industry to give them a worthy wage and not have such a large wait list. And again, trying to figure out, you know, how are you going to balance that?
Has anyone had any successful strategies where they've run into a brick wall of, because there are those various opinions of which way we should approach, whether we should move on some of these policies, where we're gonna take from one account to give to another. Anybody run into those brick walls and have a successful strategy on how you messaged it, provided a rationale, were able to negotiate to get the policy where you need it to go? Well, then I guess good luck. We got nothing. We got nothing for you. Any other areas of consternation out there or successful strategies that you've used? Any big surprises as you were costing out any of these policies, any of the requirements? Did costs come in well over where you were originally concerned? Or that's backwards. Were the costs higher than you anticipated? Were they lower? I know I heard somebody speak maybe in one of the regionals that they thought it was going to be a budget buster until they really dug into the numbers, and they were surprised that thinking about enrollment wasn't going to cost them the price tag that they had feared.
Chloe's got her hand up.
Okay.
It's on.
Okay. So yes, again, just because the child care wait list is my nightmare, so that's what I lose sleep over, because right now in Delaware, our child care subsidy enrollment is down, right? So we have not reached pre-pandemic levels of child care enrollment yet, right? We've currently implemented new policies, so we are now waiving copays for families at or below 150% of the FPL, which is something we haven't done. And we've recently raised the initial eligibility to 200%. And so I'm thinking that, you know, enrollment may go up. Because of the implementation of those two policies, we are now paying providers at the 50th percentile of our 2024 market rate. And, you know, the concern is that, you know, where is all this additional money coming from, specifically if our enrollment increases, right? Because we did pay by enrollment during the pandemic when our enrollment, again, was down, and it cost Delaware $2 million per month to do that. And so we did it for 3 months, and then, you know, we used CARES Act funding, which we only received $9 million. And then after that, you know, we really had to cut it because, you know, we just couldn't sustain it. And so that's kind of like my thought process, right? If enrollment is currently down and, you know, we have implemented these new policies where it may drastically increase, how do we then, you know, fund, you know, all of these new initiatives? So that's kind of like where we are and what what I lose sleep over.
Thank you, Belvy. Well, and while we know that the block grant has been at least the recipient of some budget increases so that there is some additional funds that are coming out to the just depending on where you're at with the parts that you have to implement, even that additional funding in each allocation may still prove insufficient. So how many folks are currently on a waiting list right now? How many folks are terrified they're going to have to put one on? How many think they're going to have to put a waiting list on, but are just processing that and messaging it that that's just going to be the cost of balancing all these policy levers? Because I know we have folks in our states and territories sometimes that they're not afraid of a waiting list. They sometimes feel that's going to be a pressure point to help identify the need. I know from subsidy administration, a waiting list is sometimes your worst nightmare because you're constantly responding to questions, and it's a pressure point for you. So,
Right.
Any other additional thoughts or questions?
And Julie, that speaks to, again, the messaging and who's at the table. You have a wait list now. Are you reaching out to all of your different counties? Do you have other entities that you can utilize or other agencies that you can utilize, for county match dollars, or, for higher institution? Can they do something for you in terms of funding for professional development? I know quality dollars, they're minimum 3% and 9%, but some states and lead agencies go over that. And so that could be another concern is, am I going to have to, now my quality, my cost of quality is going to come down, and I'm going to have to, enroll more children. So it's key who you have at that table that can say to you, did you know that the Ross Camps fund SOAR and 4, and somebody can use those dollars? Or, did you know that Tyson Chicken is providing childcare? Or, there's somebody huge in Montana that can, like North Face or somebody, I don't know, that can come back and say, listen, we want to invest in childcare. We do realize how important it is. That's when it's key to figure out who's going to be at that table and what your ask is going to be from them, and getting the data that they're going to need and getting that messaging correct is going to also be key, because they're going to be the ones that are out there championing your cause, talking to your legislators, talking to, Nike. It always cracks me up in Florida because Disney always gives a lot of money to the 3 counties that are, that it like crosses, and Publix, is a big store in Florida, and they'll do match money. So, you just have to know who they are and who to ask.
Thank you, Sharon. We have a comment?
So my name's Crystal. I'm from the state of Nevada, and our wait list is because of the pandemic funding. We received so much pandemic funding that to get it out, we had to increase the caseload significantly. And now that we're going back down to just the normal discretionary mandatory match, we're having to cut that caseload way down. So I don't know if any of other states have gone through that. Yeah, so we started with the wait list. Now we've got the co-pays. Then we're going to start probably changing the income limits, and
right.
A lot of changes hitting the state real fast. So.
Yeah.
Anybody else have experience?
We do have a budget tool that can help with that. I'm sorry. But we do have a budget tool that can help with that as well. So, if you're looking at 2 or 3 of those constraints or 2 or 3 of those levers that you're going to need to change, what is that going to look like?
Anybody have an experience with that where you had to kind of start to ratchet back down improvements that you have made? That's also a fun messaging exercise to your public, your legislators, the newspapers. Any other questions, comments, questions of your peers? I promise you won't have to get up. We're all tired. I'll bring it to you.
Lisa from Michigan. I think one of the things that we're thinking about and concerned about is technology. We know we're going to have to make significant changes to our technology, so also trying to figure out what the cost or the need is for that, and then knowing how long sometimes those changes take.
Right. Yep, some could be quick. The copay one could be, could be something that they can quickly get done But when you're looking at paying prospectively or paying by enrollment, that's going to take some real thought in getting that to be correct. And then, you know, am I going to be making adjustments? How am I going to make that in the system? So, yeah, IT concerns and infrastructure for your programs are going to be an issue. And you need to know, you know, how am I going to plan for that?
Well, and I know in my experience, it was always difficult to get childcare as a high priority in a large agency that's managing many other programs, Medicaid, TANF. Anyone have any successful strategies that they've been able to move it up the priority list? I never found the magic bean. It didn't matter if it was a requirement. It didn't matter if we were potentially could lose money. I was just curious if anybody else was able, has been able to. Oh.
Roxanne O'Connor from Wyoming. Success is a strong word, right? So I'm not sure I'd go that far. But really what we've looked at as a human services agency is looked at concrete supports and the spectrum of prevention, and really viewing childcare as a first line of prevention on the child welfare spectrum. And so when we look at those concrete supports and we see that if families have childcare, automatically you can reduce their risk of abuse or neglect in the home by 16%, right? And so it's kind of reframing that to say, here's how childcare assists in the fight against abuse and neglect of children, and so let's invest there to help, you know, candidates for foster care or at-risk children and families.
That's a great strategy, thank you. I never could get money for the IT improvements, but I could sell childcare as a protective service and dip into the child welfare wallet a little bit. So that was at least a gain. I just couldn't implement a change if I had to pay it differently. Anything, how are we doing on time, Sharon? I'm sorry, I don't have my watch on.
You have quite a bit of time left.
Well, we have as much time as we need, and if we start to wrap up early, I know you also mentioned, Sharon, we could do a demo at a table if folks wanted to see the calculators.
We could, yes.
Do we have access to them?
I do have them on my laptop, and I apologize for not having them available. If you were in this morning's session, you were able to see them live, but if you'd like to see them again, or, you know, always reach out to your regional office so we can provide that TA to you, because it is a template, and what we do is we take your information that you share with us in regards to your budgets, what you're wanting to do, how you're trying to manage it, and we'll use your data and put that system in there, and then, you know, come back and share with you what we think we can see. So absolutely, I'll be more than happy to sit down here and show it for people.
Thank you. Any other final thoughts, questions? I think we made it through our objectives. I think we've at least hit on those. I think we can demo the tool to you, but I don't want to keep you if you're just kind of tapped out. We may have squeezed all the juice out of this we can. Again, reminder that there are going to be more resources coming out very soon on the CCTAN site that you're going to have access to through your regional offices, your state system specialists, your TA partners. We're going to be releasing a series that I think they're going to announce in the closing. We're going to give an opportunity to have more peer conversations around payment practices so you can keep learning as you all evolve in this process. You're going to have new, we'll call them successes for now. You'll have new successes, new achievements. You're going to have new headaches, new challenges. You're going to have some windfalls of funding. You're going to lose some funding. So we want to just keep bringing folks together and let you all talk to each other. We'll use those as opportunities also to keep sharing the latest guidance and information coming out of the Office of Child Care around some of these policy questions that folks are having. I know folks asked in a session I was just in if these are getting floated up to OCC. And just a reminder, within the Subsidy Center, across the TA network, we are gathering up all the questions that we hear in any conversations and moving those up, because that is helping them to inform their guidance that they're going to release. It's also helping us to inform our TA resources and making sure that we're getting very consistent messages out there, because you all are working on your policy development. You are trying to build those IT systems, and some of those answers dictate which way you you throw a lever. So I think everyone's very mindful of that. And so we hope to have all of that information out to you as soon as possible and then over time. And that series of peer conversations, we don't want that just to be a one and done, because we know folks for these next 2 years are now working on waiver solutions and trying to get these policies implemented as quickly as you can, and we want to help support getting those done as quickly as you can.
So when you get this PowerPoint presentation, I believe when it's up on the STAM network, you will have active links to the state median income and the poverty guidelines calculator tool, their instructions. You'll also have access to the budget calculator instructions, and we've added a couple of links here for federal funding streams for children and youth services and for childcare and early education. So you'll want to go take a look at those and see if there's funding dollars out there that maybe you haven't utilized yet or you haven't thought of yet, and that, you know, that can assist you in some of your planning as well.
Thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome.
Any final thoughts? Okay. Well, then we will thank you for your time and attention and your contributions to the conversation today. Hopefully, even some of you have picked up even just some insights from your peers. Again, keep the questions coming. Keep the TA requests coming in. And again, we'll let you go before we reconvene for the final closing. And if folks want to come up around a table, we can do a mini demo of the budget calculator or the FPG SMI tool. Thank you all very much.
you.